move a motion that is to suspend standing orders, that standing orders 25, 26, 27 and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia, standing orders 2021, be suspended to enable the House to sit from 14-15 hours until business has been concluded on Friday, 29 September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper.
Thereafter, we expect the House to consider 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And the first question, which is question number 55, will come from Kapoche Member of Parliament, Mr. Lakson Lungu. And he's posing his question to the Minister of Finance and National Planning. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to facilitate the provision of mobile banking services in Kapoche Parliamentary constituency so as to provide ease access payments from the Food Reserve Agency.
Question 56 is expected to come from Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi, who is Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development in Part A, when the construction of the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation offices in Kabwe district will be completed, in B, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is, and in C, who the contractor for the project is.
The next question, which is question number 57, will come from Milenge Member of Parliament, Mr. Chonde, and he's posing his question to the Minister of Justice. He wants to find out a question in 3 parts: whether the government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Milenge district. In the B part of the question, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why.
And after the considerations of questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, we do expect resumption of debate on the motion of thanks. This is a motion of 13th September 2023, that His Excellency the President's address, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. We must make mention that this motion was moved by Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Sireso Sefulo. And so that's the business that we expect the House to consider this afternoon.
Yes, Taza, and also just to make mention again that we expect the Vice President to move a motion to suspend Standing Orders 25, 26, 27 and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 to enable the House to sit from 14-15 hours until business has been concluded on Friday, 29 September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper.
And just in case our viewers would like to access more information, they can go to the parliamentary website. That's www.parliament.gov.zm. And we do expect the House to consider 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The first one being question 55, which will come from Mr. Lakson Lungu, who is Kapoche Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Minister of Finance and National Planning whether the government has any plans to facilitate the provision of mobile banking services in Kapoche Parliamentary constituency so as to provide easy access to payments from the Food Reserve Agency.
And the second question is expected to come from Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi, and he's posing his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wants to find out when the construction of the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation offices in Kabwe district will be completed. And in the B part of the question, the Member of Parliament wants to find out what the cause of the delay in completing the project is, and in the C part of the question, who the contractor of the project is, and indeed the Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central wants to find out when the contract sum for what the contract sum for the project is, and in E, how much money had been paid to the contractor as of May 2023.
And question 57 is expected to come from Mr. Gustav Chonde, who is Milenge Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Minister of Justice whether the government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Milenge district. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why? So those are the questions that we expect the House to consider this afternoon.
And anytime from now, we'll be seeing Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. And on the order paper, after consideration of those questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, we expect resumption of debate on a motion of thanks. His Excellency the President's address, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address, a motion of 13 September 2023 that was moved by Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Siweso Sefulo, and this motion was seconded by Kafula Futa Member of Parliament, Mr. Jeffrey Mulewa. And so that is business that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, Thursday, 28 September 2023. And any time from now, we'll be seeing Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber.
Exactly, Matimba. We will be seeing Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. And so we do expect one motion to be moved, and also we have 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74 that we expect the House to consider this afternoon. We also expect resumption of debate that's on the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address. And right now we're exciting you to some pictures live from the chamber.
And just to make mention that you can follow the proceedings on our Facebook page, which is the National Assembly of Zambia, and also on YouTube, the National Assembly of Zambia. You can follow the live proceedings on those platforms.
Exactly, and for more information, you can also access the order paper on the parliamentary website. That's www.parliament.gov.zm.
Yes, so 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, resumption of debate on a motion of thanks, His Excellency the President, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address, a motion of 13th September that was moved by Mwandi Member of Parliament. And so on your screen is Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television even as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace is Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise thee, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, oh,
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Could they be that side? Could be that side. That's done. Yes. That one can be seated here. Just find out where it is. Order. Honorable members, I have 3 announcements to make. The first one, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils as well as teachers from Betha's School and Zela Arts Gallery and Homestay in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. The next announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that in accordance with Article 2021 of the Constitution of Zambia, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning will tomorrow, Friday 29th September 2023, present to the Assembly the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2024. The estimates shall, in consonance with Section 8.4 of the Public Debt Management Act number 15 of 2022, be accompanied by the annual borrowing plan. In this regard, and in accordance with the Standing Order 157.4, the estimates of revenue and expenditure will be referred to the Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee, comprising honorable members of the Planning and Budgeting Committee and chairpersons of all the general purposes and portfolio committees. The annual borrowing plan will, in accordance with the Standing Order 195.7, be referred to the Planning and Budgeting Committee for examination. The Planning and Budgeting Committee will submit its report on annual borrowing plan to the House on Tuesday, 10th October 2023. I further wish to inform the House that the following committees are being piloted for sector analysis of the budget to be implemented in 2024. 1. Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. 2. Committee on Education, Science and Communication Technologies. 3. Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism. 4. Committee on National Security and Foreign Affairs. And 5. Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services. These committees will be required to submit their sector analysis report to the Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee. The Expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee will incorporate the sector reports in its report to the House. In this regard, since the chairpersons of the 5 committees are members of the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee, they will not preside over the proceedings of their respective committees. Instead, the vice chairpersons will preside and submit reports to the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee. The expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee will submit its report to the House by Tuesday, 31st October 2023. The chairperson of the Planning and Budgeting Committee will preside over the proceedings of the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee. Both the Planning and Budgeting Committee and the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee will hold their first meetings on Monday, 2nd October 2023, to consider and adopt their respective programs of work. I thank you. Another announcement, which is the last announcement. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Uganda. Mr. Richard Ogwang, audio-visual technician. Ms. Rebecca Kamenga, audio-visual technician. Ms. Ezama Jacob, audio-visual technician. And Mr. Timothy Sekiziyivu, audio-visual technician. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly to receive our guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. You are welcome. Thank you. Matters of urgent public importance, there is one indication. The Honorable Member for Bangweulu. What's the matter of urgent public importance you want to raise, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter is directed at the Minister of Health, though I can't see, I'm sure there is acting minister. Madam Speaker, there is a strange disease that has broken out in Rumamia and Kapata wards of Bangweulu constituents and one ward in Milenge constituents, which is affecting the under 5 children. And in the few days ago, we've experienced the fatalities. As of yesterday, we lost 4 children from the same disease. And it is presenting itself in diarrhea, body rash, low HB, and swelling. So I need your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, maybe it's best you bring it to the attention of the Minister of Health through a question, an urgent question. I've already guided, Honorable Member. Please put in an urgent question, since there is no evidence that you have produced to show that that situation exists. And also, why haven't you notified the Minister of Health than to wait until we are on this? You've been guided, Honorable Member, so please follow the guidance. Notes of motion, Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that standing orders 25, 26, 27, and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to sit from 14:15 hours until business is concluded on Friday, 29 September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper.
The question is that Standing Orders 25, 26, 27, and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to sit from 14-15 hours until business has been concluded on Friday, 29th September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper. Any debate? Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam, it is a practice of the House to allow the Honorable Minister responsible for finance to present the national budget on a Friday afternoon. However, Standing Orders 25, 26, and 27 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, stipulate to the effect that the House shall sit from 09 hours to 13 hours, with a 20 minutes health break at 10:40 hours on Friday, while Standing Order 80 provides for the Vice President's question time on the same day. Madam Speaker, it is with this in mind that I move this motion to suspend the mentioned standing orders so that the House can sit at 14-15 hours tomorrow, Friday, 29th September 2023, until business is concluded, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper. This is to enable the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning to present the 2024 national budget. Madam, this is a procedural and non-controversial motion. I therefore urge all honorable members of this august House to support it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to acknowledge that indeed this motion is non-controversial. It's a procedural motion where our Honorable Vice President is seeking the suspension of the 4 standing orders. In one fold, Madam Speaker, we reluctantly support this motion because it robs us yet another Friday, another opportunity to engage our Honor the Vice President on pertinent issues that are happening in this nation. However, we are glad that the Honorable Minister of Finance will be coming here to lay on the table the estimates of expenditure for the year 2024. Even as we support this motion, Madam Speaker, we would like the Honorable Minister of Finance to come and share with the honorable members why it has been such a challenge to disburse the much publicized Constituency Development Fund. Because as we speak, Madam Speaker, only a quarter of that fund has since been, less than a quarter, because a quarter is supposed to be 7 million plus. And what honorable members and all the constituencies have received is only about 6 million. We are in the final quarter. And so this poses a challenge to the implementing agencies who are the local authorities. And we even wonder what's going to happen because we have heard lamentations that this fund will now be increased to something like 58 million. And so we want to be, the Honorable Minister of Finance will be coming to respond. And Madam Speaker, I want to commend you through the Standing Orders Committee for announcing the 5 committees that are going to pilot the sector analysis of the budget and approval of the budget. What we'd like to see, Madam Speaker, is capacity building in those sector committees. Let our members be oriented thoroughly enough so that the work they are going to undertake is thoroughly done, and where possible, they should be making recommendations on how best we shall continue using these committees in scrutinizing the budget estimates. And we are looking forward to the successful rollout of the sector budget approval, Madam Speaker. Finally, Your Honor, the Vice President, we should look at the possibility of having both sessions, your session, and we can have a session in the morning of interacting with you, and then we come and get the minister to present the budget estimates. It's doable. We are here to serve the people, and we must ensure that when we have got challenges like we do have now, I honor the Vice President, who is the leader of government business, provide solutions, because indeed our people, Madam Speaker, are really struggling. And we know that going to the weekend, we shall have increments in the fuel products, which will further stress our citizens. These are matters that require solutions and concerted efforts in addressing them. With this few remarks, Madam Speaker, I reluctantly support the motion. Side of the House, we reluctantly support the motion moved by our Honor, the Vice President. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I just hope that the honorable member did participate in the capacity building workshop that took place in Sierra. That was one way of capacitating the members of parliament to understand the analysis of the budget. Her Honor, the Vice President, winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, non-controversial, although the honorable member wants to be reluctant, but I do understand that the reluctance is actually the opposite, because everybody is keenly waiting to get the budget. And also to state that this will not be the last Friday. There will be many Fridays. And all our honorable ministers respond to the issues that the government ought to respond to. So we shouldn't wait for Friday at all as the only day. It is just one of the days to interact with the Vice President. But reluctantly or not, you have seen the anxiety that the honorable member has already started debating the budget. Just to hold your fire, honorable. The budget is coming. Don't create figures here to raise anxiety. The budget is coming tomorrow, the speech, and then the actual budget will be presented. Otherwise, whether with reluctance or not, I appreciate that the honorable members have unanimously, for me, supported the motion. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Order, honorable members. I put the question. The question is that Standing Orders 25, 26, 27, and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House sit from 14-15 hours until business has been concluded on Friday, 29 September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Yeah. We make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The honorable member for Kapoche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 55.
Order, honorable members, let's settle down. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honorable member for Kapoche, Mr. Lungu, asks whether the government has any plans to facilitate the provision of mobile bank services in Kapoche parliamentary constituency so as to provide the people with easy access to payments from the Food Reserve Agency. And the response is as follows. The House may wish to note that the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, in collaboration with other stakeholders, is implementing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy and the National Strategy on Financial Education, whose main objective, among others, is to scale up financial inclusion in Zambia. Madam Speaker, in the 2020 FinScope survey report, digital financial services, which encompass mobile banking services, are a key driver of financial inclusion. In that regard, the following activities have been undertaken to promote mobile banking services throughout the country, including Kapoche constituency. 1. Erecting of communication towers. Mobile network connectivity is a key component of mobile banking. In order to increase network connectivity in the constituency, which stands at 60% in 2023, an additional tower will be erected at Kapungwe Primary School during the next phase of the tower project. 2. Mobile money agents and national financial switch. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report to this House that mobile money services are currently available in some areas within Kapoche constituency. Specifically, there are mobile money agents located within Nyanje, with Nyanje Mission being one of the notable locations. It is also worth noting that the introduction of the National Financial Switch in April 2020 by Bank of Zambia, in collaboration with the commercial banks and other key stakeholders, has made it possible for customers to conduct instant funds transfers and payments to banks and payment to service providers across the financial sector. 3. General Access Points Program. To contribute towards the achievement of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy targets, the Bank of Zambia, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, initiated an activity in June 2020 aimed at promoting the use of government institutions, such as schools and health facilities, as access points for the delivery of financial services by financial service providers. A total of 28 facilities were assessed during the first phase in 6 provinces. The second phase will target all poorly serviced areas in all 10 provinces and will commence in the 4th quarter of 2023. 4. Financial literacy. My ministry, in collaboration with various stakeholders and partners, has been carrying out financial literacy activities throughout the country. One of the focus areas for these activities has been the uptake and the use of digital financial services, including mobile banking services. Further, the ministry has plans of extending these services to underserved areas such as Kapoche. Madam Speaker, it is expected that these efforts, among others, will contribute to the increase in the uptake of digital financial services in Kapoche and any other parts of the country. This will also help to promote financial inclusion in the Kapoche constituency and in other constituencies across the country. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. Honorable members, let's pay attention. There's a lot of talking. If you can't avoid discussing, please do that in low tones. I can hear all your discussions from here. There's a way that voice has reached me here, so careful what you are saying. The Honorable, supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kapoche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your deserving answers. Kapoche is in Sinda district. Sinda district was declared as a district in 2012. And since then, we don't have banks. We have civil servants in Sinda district and Sinda and the Kapoche constituency. We also have a business community. We also have our farmers, hardworking farmers. After they produce their yield, they take their agro products to FRIA. And when they sell, they are being serviced by banks which come from Chipata and Petauke. And it happens that when these farmers are getting their monies, it goes up to maybe 20 hours or maybe 21 hours, which has been posing a huge risk to our farmers. And also we have CDF, our contractors, after they execute their works, they expect to be paid. These people, they go either to Shipata or to Katete or Petauke. We also have our...
Honorable Member, ask a supplementary question. Supplementary question, do not debate.
Well guarded, Madam Speaker. Minister, my question is, why can't you incorporate a bank like NatSave, where a government has huge shares, so that our people, at least our people can have access which will be near to their doorstep. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a long submission. And if you understood the question, it was, why don't we encourage a bank like NatSave to locate in Kapoche constituency so that members of the public can have banks at their doorsteps. Madam Speaker, we always encourage banks to go close to customers, and certainly for NatSave, which is owned by the Zambian government. But as we do so, we also have to reflect on the viability of such an undertaking. This is because it costs money to erect a bank, it costs money to have employees to be deployed in such locations, and all that must be supported by business in the area. Now, if NatSave can perceive that there is a business, I'm sure they'll be very glad to come and do that business. On the other hand, I think the method that, the banking method that you delivered through this question of mobile money is proving to be the most cost-effective under the current environment. And as I said in answering, there will be an extra tower under construction. And beyond that, I believe my colleague, the Minister of Science and Technology, has a program of encouraging the construction of more towers this year and in the coming year. So I'm sure people in Kapoche can take advantage of this more cost-effective way of transacting rather than necessarily through a branch. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Kapoche, do you have another question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At times, I wonder, when we travel to countries like Malawi, and Malawi, we consider it as one of the poorest countries in Southern Africa, but you find that small places, so-called, the small places, not even compared to Sinda, they do have branches, banks. Why is it so difficult in Zambia, where it's not only in Kapoche? We have a lot of places across the country where our government is failing to provide these services, which are so needed to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I believe my colleague over there is observing what is happening in the financial industry. Madam Speaker, 10, 12, 15 years ago, if you went into Cairo Road, there were so many bank branches that you saw. Today, most of them have closed. And this development is not just in Zambia, but in many other places in the world. Banking, as we knew it in the past, whereby the customer walks in the branch, asks for this service and that service, banking has changed from that. Why? Because most of the banking services today, you can do them on your phone without spending money to go to a branch. This is the reality of what is happening. And to imagine that we can reverse history, I think it is taking a step backwards. What the Honorable should really be doing is to lobby harder and harder for more network connectivity to be installed in these constituencies, because that is what is going to deliver a viable banking service than insisting on a bank based on a building. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. It's a constituency-based question, but I see a lot of indications. I'll only ask the next one on the queue. The Honorable Member from Ghana.
Madam Speaker, the challenge that is with this question, I took time to interact with the Honorable Member of Parliament from Kapoche, Honorable Minister of Finance. In fact, what the Honorable Member of Kapoche is asking the Minister is in relation to the establishment of a physical bank as opposed to money mobile. There could have been an error in processing the question. That being the case, Honorable Minister of Finance, from the submission of the Honorable Member, it is very clear that Kapoche, being a farming community, the quantums of financial transactions could be high. Is it not in the best interest of the Ministry of Finance to be able to go into Kapoche and many other districts to establish the frequency and the quantums of these financial transactions so that you can then push, quasi government, banks to go into an area and service the people? Is it not in the best interest of the government? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was answering the question as it is presented. But if indeed the Honorable Member for Kapoche does not state the question accurately, and his desire is for a physical bank, I'm very delighted to make an appointment for him to go and see the management of National Service and Credit Bank, who can indeed go and make an assessment and see whether the volume of business is big enough to warrant a physical bank. Madam Speaker, that said, there is no possibility on my side to force a bank to go and establish somewhere where it will make losses, because the end result is that the bank will close. But as far as checking for the volume of business, I don't believe that is a problem. We can encourage them to do so. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you.
Thank you. We can make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing people of Kabwe to ask question 56.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central, Honorable Halwindi, has the following 5 questions to the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. A, when the construction of the Zambian National Broadcasting Corporation offices in Kabwe district will be completed. B, what the cause of delay in completing the project is. C, who the contractor for the project is. D, what the contract sum of the project is. And E, how much money has been paid to the contractor as of May 2023. We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the construction of the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation offices in Kabwe district will be completed once funds are secured by the Treasury. B, the delay in completing the project is due to financial constraints. C, the contractor for the project was Star Times Software Technology Company Limited. D, the contract sum for the project is $4.4 million. And E, as of May 2023, a sum of $3.5 million was paid to the contractor.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, there's an indication from the Honorable Member for Lunte for a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, my point of order is on the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kapoche. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kapoche asked a question to the Honorable Minister of Finance concerning mobile banking in his constituency. The Honorable Minister of Finance has brought a response talking about financial inclusion strategies, talking about towers, which in fact speak to electronic banking. And no one, the minister cannot talk about mobile banking. Even the MP asked a question. Now I have remained confused, and I think even the people out there are confused. Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Member in order to confuse the whole country about a concept which is clear, mobile banking. They are explaining electronic banking and all the other banking methods. I seek your serious reading, Madam Speaker.
Oh, the Honorable Member, the only problem I see is that the Honorable Member was busy chatting with the Honorable Member for Chinsali. So as questions were being asked, especially the one asked by the Honorable Member for Nkana, the Honorable Member for Lunte might have missed something. So the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning is completely in order. So I can only urge the Honorable Member for Lunte to go to Kapoche and open a bank. May the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development continue.
In fact, Madam Speaker, I just thanked you. Finished answering.
Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the answers given. I just want to find out whether your ministry, when you are submitting for the budget for this year, you consider to submit such project that is told. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
I thank the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central for the follow-up question. Perhaps a little bit of background on this project. This ZNBC corporate offices in Kabwe was part of the contract for the renovations of 2 studios in Lusaka and 1 in Kitwe, and the construction of Network Operations Center and 6 studios in Chinsali, Kasama, Mansa, Kabwe, Chipata, and Mongo. The contract included supply, delivery, installation, and commissioning of national digital terrestrial television broadcasting system in Zambia of phase 2 and 3 under the Civil Works Component contract. The contract was signed in September 2015 between the Government of the Republic of Zambia through the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Services and the StarTimes Software Technology Company. The contract sum for the civil works was in the sum of $38.9 million, exclusive of 16% tax. The overall scope of works under civil works included renovations to the ZNBC Kitwe studio, renovations to ZNBC Lusaka studio, renovations to the NIS Lusaka studio, construction of National Operation Center and associated external works. Madam Speaker, this also included the construction of Chinsali Provincial Studios and associated works, as well as Kasama, Mansa, Chipata, and Mongu, and also Kabwe. The project was one of those projects identified for cancellation due to constrained fiscal space. At the time of cancellation, the construction of Kabwe Provincial Studios associated works was at 87% completion. Now, her substantive follow-up question was, have we made provision going forward in the next budget? For that, Madam Speaker, to be inappropriate for me to start revealing what is or is not in the budget. We have to wait for tomorrow to see what is in the budget and what is not in the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much, Minister, for the responses so far provided. But, Minister, the project in question, 2 years ago, it was almost more than 80% complete. And in your added information, the information that you have just given, again, Madam Speaker, it's becoming complicated because the Minister has indicated that this project is one of the projects that government cancelled. And in responding to question A, the Minister indicated that the project will continue once resources are made available by government. My question is, Minister, how is it going to be possible for the government to provide resources on the project that the same government has cancelled? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Member for Wacha for the follow-up question. It gives government an opportunity to clarify what we have always said. These cancellations refer to contracts. We cancel or defer contracts due to financial constraint, sometimes to save further expenditure from government. What is never cancelled is the project itself. Throughout a country where we have projects, because on these projects is public money that is spent, when we cancel a contract, it means the contract, the project is still there, and at an appropriate time when financials improve, we go back to completing those, whether it is schools, roads, and now these studios. They remain projects and just awaiting the availability of funds, and then these will be completed. So what is cancelled are contracts and not projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, Honorable Member for Lunte. That aid that you have put in the ear, please, you are supposed to follow proceedings. If you could kindly remove it. Thank you. We make progress. Next question. Honorable Member for Lunte. Next question, the Honorable Member for Milenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 57.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Milenge asked the Minister of Justice, A, whether government has any plans to construct a subordinate court building in Milenge district, B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, to the first question, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the judiciary has, in the medium-term expenditure framework budget policy paper 2024 to 2026, made a provision for capital projects to cater for the construction and rehabilitation of subordinate and local court buildings countrywide. Milenge district is one of the districts included in the infrastructure development plan for the said period. And B, construction of all capital projects under the medium-term expenditure framework budget policy paper 2024 to 2026, which includes construction of a subordinate court in Milenge district, will commence in the year 2024. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Milenge.
Thank you very much. Minister, the situation in Milenge requires immediate attention. I'll give a slight background to it. Milenge has got no detention facilities for years now. And what happens is the accused people are taken to Zambia, 180 kilometers away from Milenge. And the next sitting to come to Milenge depends on your financing of the ministry, which is quite erratic. Do you have immediate intervention measures to save the people of Milenge from such atrocities? I submit. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although the Honorable Member has gone beyond the scope of the question that was asked, Madam Speaker, we do, of course, commiserate with the people of Milenge, those that may find themselves in a conflict with the law. The New Dawn government, being a responsible government, is addressing the challenge by putting in place a comprehensive plan to address the situation. It is unfortunate that over the years we have had a situation where this particular situation has been allowed to perpetuate itself and to exist. the most prudent thing that can be done is for us as a responsible government to address it, and that is exactly what we are doing. Unfortunately, for the time being, the people of Milenge will have to endure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Milenge. Second opportunity to ask.
The Minister is quite clear in his statement. But however, Minister, I would have loved you to give it immediate attention, but you are quite explicit in your answer. So, given the situation that is prevailing now, what message do I go and give the people of Milenge, just for the purpose of clarity?
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the message was, as I've stated, they will just need to be a little bit more patient and to endure. And that they will be neglected no more. We are fixing the challenges that have existed in the past. So they can rest assured that the new Dawn government will address their plight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks, His Excellency the President's address, motion of 13th September 2023, resumption of debate.
Honorable Member for Milenge, you are joining the talking team. I thought you would advise the youthful members of parliament to maintain some form of discipline in the House. When the House adjourned yesterday, Wednesday, 27th September 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mwandi that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. Any further debate? The Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 8th of September 2023, the Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, addressed this August House during his official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. The President's speech, Madam Speaker, comes against the backdrop of bold decisions, inspiring events, and interactions both in country and abroad. Amongst these are the debt restructuring agreement with official creditors and the reactivation of Konkola copper mines on the Copper Belt. As chief marketer, Madam Speaker, and a meticulous negotiator, the President has created relief for the nation from the grip of a life-threatening python, as he puts it, which is the huge debt burden that we inherited from the previous government and the job deficit that has been suffered by our people on the Copper Belt. It is clear, Madam Speaker, from this and other medium-term interventions undertaken to date that there are better things to come for the workers of Zambia. Madam Speaker, my ministry's mandate is to promote decent work and productivity for industry in order for us to achieve inclusive economic development. In this regard, the ministry, consistent with and inspired by the visionary and futuristic policy direction of the Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema's government, UPND government and alliance partners jointly, has prioritized human and social development as follows. Madam Speaker, this government, in line with the theme of this year's presidential speech, focuses on one of these elements that contributes to the theme that accentuated the speech of the President: worker upliftment and financial independence through a social security pipeline. And this is on page 31, paragraph 102. Under the National Pension Scheme Authority, the lump sum pre-retirement benefits to members has provided a financial lifeline to improve the workers or members of the scheme's standard of living through investment in productive assets such as land, houses, and agricultural machinery, to mention but a few of the results that have come through from that famous partial withdrawal. As at today, Madam Speaker, as at today, September 28th, 2023, over 9 billion kwacha has been put out into the economy, paid out directly to more than 400,000 members. Undoubtedly, this has added impetus, Madam Speaker, to the economic growth agenda of the New Dawn's government, and we have demonstrated that growth, Madam Speaker, can be anchored even and especially in domestic resources. Madam Speaker, job creation opportunities through the reduction of NAMSA penalty charges to defaulting employers from 20% to 10% only, resources for reinvestment into their businesses to broaden the job base have been created. In addition, the government has introduced skills development interventions through the enhanced CDF to complement the Skills Development Fund. Madam Speaker, broadened social security coverage to the informal sector is another way of reducing vulnerability. The ministry has prioritized the extension of social security coverage to the informal sector because, if left unattended to, can lead to old age, vulnerability, poverty, and increased mortality. Through new initiatives, we have extended social security coverage to groups beyond the informal traders, but also with a new focus, say for NAPSA, to the arts and culture sector. So far, NAPSA has registered over 25,000 new members from the informal sector, while NIMA has registered over 280,000 members. Madam Speaker, job quality, motivation at work. Job quality and motivation at work as another result that the New Dawn government focuses on and has brought to the table to improve the workers' lives. The Ministry of Labour has adopted an integrated approach to labour inspections to promote coordination and coherence of interventions to ensure compliance to labour laws and improved working conditions. This curtails a lot of the mischief that we inherited and ensures transparency among stakeholders. This year, Madam Speaker, my ministry has conducted over 2,800 labour inspections covering more than 80,000 workers. Through such interventions, Madam Speaker, payments of over 26 million have been made to the aggrieved workers. Madam Speaker, enhanced social dialogue is the anchor of what the mandate of the ministry is. Government has increased engagements with employers and workers to restore the real meaning of social dialogue as a basis for negotiation over economic, social, and financial goals of the tripartism, or the members of the tripartite triangle. This year we have so far held 3 engagements, unlike what we inherited, where one or only 2 meetings per year were to be conducted. We have already done 3, and this is going to be enhanced by even perhaps 2 more or 3 more meetings. This is what the government, what His Excellency the President was talking about reducing vulnerabilities. This has also enabled, Madam Speaker, the workers, employers, and government to increase the level of effort of unlocking rigidities that obstruct constructive debate. Protection of workers, Madam Speaker, from occupational safety and health. A policy has been put in place. This is a policy which is the first ever. From the 58 years of independence, there's never been a policy supervising this occupational health and safety space in the workplace. Madam Speaker, the ministry has even put in place a call center that has never been there, that has started operating over the past month, and we have seen a lot of interaction between the labor market and the government. This number can be reached on 7010 on Zamtel, and it's a toll-free line. Madam Speaker, this government, to further improve the lot for our workers, for the labor markets, for the workers, for the investors, Cabinet approved in principle the amendment of the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019 in line with the Republican President's agenda of unlocking rigidities in a methodical manner. This provides an opportunity for driving the future of work in an ever-changing environment in a much more organized way and much more customized to the agenda of economic transformation. The Zambia Institute of Human Resource Management Act that ensures the protection of both workers and employers' interests by regulating the human resource profession. This also is another piece of legislation that will contribute to the transformative agenda to grow our economy. Madam Speaker, this is what my president, your president, the people's president, the visionary, caring, and courageous Mr. Hakainde Hichilema means on page 24, and I quote, "Our administration is also addressing vulnerability and inequality among our people." The Republican President is talking about the inherited vulnerabilities and iniquities requiring refined strategic interventions. These interventions, Madam Speaker, will undoubtedly, as counted out in a nutshell, cause this government to deliver on the theme of the speech which, and I quote, reads, "Building on the socio-economic gains and improved livelihoods and a better Zambia." Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very, very much. The Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to deliver my speech. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment on the address delivered by the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, on the occasion of the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly on Friday, 8th September, the year 2023. First and foremost, allow me to commend the President for the well-articulated and inspiring presidential address under the theme, building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. Madam Speaker, the presidential address availed the citizenry an opportunity to reflect on the progress we have made as a nation towards our development aspirations and the achievements made so far in ensuring a brighter future for the citizenry. Madam Speaker, in his address, the President called upon every Zambian citizen and the entire nation to unite and build upon our individual and collective achievements. They are therefore forging a more productive and unified nation that future generations will proudly reflect upon. In this regard, my ministry shall ensure that peace and security preserves in the country in order to aid the realization of the President's vision and aspirations of the citizens of our country. Because as we all know, without peace, it is literally impossible to attain any socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and better Zambia and a better Zambia. Madam Speaker, my ministry is guided by the following mission statement. That is to preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity for national peace and security. In this regard, the men and women in uniform have effectively discharged their responsibilities and will continue to do so. Madam Speaker, in his address, the President reiterated the critical nature of the agricultural sector in driving economic transformation and job creation. In this regard, my ministry has acquired land for agricultural purposes for the 3 services to increase agricultural production in order to help mitigate the immense pressure on the supply of maize in our country and the region as a whole. In order to contribute to the food security of the country, we have increased crop hectarage under irrigation. We have also increased productivity through the practice of modern agricultural techniques as well as value addition. In ensuring food security and contributing to value addition, government procured and allocated 3 milling plants to Zambia National Service. In addition, my ministry will focus on stocking and restocking of animals, which include cattle, that is beef as well as dairy, pigs and small ruminants, such as goats and sheep and poultry, in order to promote and increase livestock production. Madam Speaker, in the quest to curb unemployment, the government recruited 5,000 soldiers across the 3 services, namely Zambia Army, Zambia Air Force, and Zambia National Service. The recruitment has been concluded and the recruitees are about to start the training. The ministry also plans to increase the number of Zambia National Service youth skills training centers in order to accommodate more youths. The youths will be trained in life-sustaining skills such as, including carpentry, tailoring, plumbing, welding, cookery, mechanics, auto mechanics, name it, we shall have it, as well as agriculture. This will help reduce unemployment among youths. Madam Speaker, my ministry through Land Development Branch, LDB, and the Zambia National Service, and in collaboration with Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure and Urban Development and the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, will continue to improve infrastructure by maintaining, rehabilitating, and upgrading road infrastructure, water reticulation and crop haulage, particularly in rural areas. This will help improve access to rural communities. Madam Speaker, in his address, the President emphasized the need to improving runways, airfield ground lighting systems in all provincial airports in order to enhance aviation safety and security. The President further highlighted that government has prioritized the construction and upgrading of aviation infrastructure in all provinces. It is worth noting that my ministry, through the Zambia National Service and in collaboration with a contractor, successfully completed the construction of a 3-kilometer runway, apron, and rehabilitated the terminal building at Kasama Airport. Question. I wish to assure the House that my ministry can be I wish to assure the House that my ministry can be engaged in construction and rehabilitation works such as bridges, roads, among other projects. And 80, I'll repeat, 80 level 1 hospitals and clinics has increased. We have 80 plus level 1 hospitals which are giving health services to our communities. That's the contribution that the Defense Forces is making to Zambia. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, my ministry shall continue to create a conducive environment for a diversified and all-encompassing economy, and by improving delivery of defense services, and will continue to contribute to socio-economic development through agriculture, health, infrastructure development, and construction of roads. In addition, the ministry commits itself to ensuring that there is sustainable peace and security in the country. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to join my fellow honorable members of parliament who have already expressed gratitude on the speech for the official opening of the 13th session of the National Assembly delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, on 8th September 2023. As Minister of Education responsible for attaining the human capital needed to spur national development as outlined in the 8th National Development Plan, I feel honored and indebted to add my voice and appreciate the President's address. I stand here at the moment not only as a Minister of Education and a Member of Parliament for Chirundu, parliamentary constituency, but also as an educationalist who understands the vision of the President, and I salute His Excellency for an elaborate speech believing courts, building on the social economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. His Excellency the President has spoken, expressing his desire to have a better Zambia whose population is educated, and because he believes that the gains we have made in education will continue to flourish, creating more and more opportunities for all citizens to access education at all levels, including higher education. Zambia is on the right track, I believe, to realizing human capital support to support economic development. Zambia will continue to record improvements in human development measured by life expectancy, access to learning and knowledge, and the standard of living. The President is right, and he needs our support to ensure that human development is given the attention it deserves, which entails having a well-educated, highly skilled, and healthy labor force to propel Zambia to become a thriving and industrialized nation as espoused in the Vision 2030. To achieve this, His Excellency is aware that we must continue to create a conducive teaching and learning environment for our children by building on the gains we have recorded in the education sector, the historic growth for social justice. The government will continue to increase classroom space, building on the gains of 149 completed secondary school projects by completing other remaining infrastructure, including stored projects as far back as 2013-2014. To build further on the gains, the government has earmarked to construct 120 secondary schools and 110 ECE hub centers with 330 centers nationwide. In addition, the government has several interventions that are aimed at retaining learners, including KGs, that is keeping the girls in school, feeding program under school health and nutrition, menstrual hygiene management, and bursary scheme, including CDF bursaries. The government is determined to build on the gains in providing desks through various forms of financing, such as the Constituent Development Fund, and I wish to encourage all members of Parliament to continue participating in the provision of education, not only in desk provision and classroom expansion, but also in other forms, including co-curricular activities such as sport and competitions. Madam Speaker, to avoid quality being compromised in the provision of education, the government will add to the achievement recorded in relation to the teacher-pupil ratio by recruiting more teachers, and also the government has begun the process to recruit more teachers to equip our children with lifelong and equitable quality education. The government is placing equal emphasis on building practical skills, entrepreneurship, and qualifications required by industry. Let me pause here and say something which people have been arguing about 149 classroom spaces. Okay. So, schools and secondary schools, they're the same. Just 149, which you stored for over 15 years. Okay? You stored for over 15 years. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't even be talking here.
Order. Honorable Minister, just deliver your statement without attacking directly the other
I'm
side.
answering.
But the Honorable Minister has got a right to rebut.
Absolutely.
What was
Because they
earlier
abused
said.
us.
Honorable Member for Shuangan, please take your seat. May the Minister continue.
I'll be completing your school soon, which you left for over 8 years.
Order. Honorable Minister, speak through the chair. Order. Honorable members, we are constrained for time. I'm trying to manage time here. May the Honorable Minister continue.
I just want our colleagues to actually be able to understand this. In any case, it was even an understatement. I'm now telling you to say that over CDF, how many classrooms have actually been constructed? 3,132. So what is 149 which you are arguing? Numbers don't lie. I'm a statistician myself by profession. That I can tell you, behavioral scientist in statistics. And I believe in the numbers. When we just took over before this free education or education for all, there were only 4 million children in school. Today they stand. This was 2021, 4 million children in school. Today there are 6 million children in school today. Where did you take those children? Where did you want those children to be? 2 million. Those are not sweet potatoes. They are human beings. You left them for dead. In the next 20 years, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, if the President didn't intervene, in the next 20 years, we are going to have so many vagabonds to make sure that that man who is defense minister and the Minister of Home Affairs, they were going to suffer, and then you are going to be complaining yourselves to say that how crime has risen. It's because you never took your children into a classroom. Schooling is part of social control.
Honorable Minister, speak through the chair. Don't address.
I'm actually looking at you. No. They must be told where we came from. 2 million children are now in school. It's a better problem today if you say that there's no space. Space, you are creating it through CDF. Desks are being manufactured. How many desks have we manufactured so far? We are aiming at 1 million. There are more than 442,000 desks which are being manufactured, both at CDF and also in our ZEPU, at our National Science Center. We are producing desks. So if we are not very careful as a country, we shall crash land before we take off. And our colleagues must own up. You messed up this country, you messed up the education system, and you got to be told that way. Already now. Sit down. Just sit down. Let me tell you, you were happy when you were talking.
The honorable members, we can't proceed like this. Huh? Order. I've been guiding, please. I don't know where the excitement is coming from. Is it the budget? Please. You were also, when the other side was debating, there was also a tone of some emotion somewhere. So it's time for the minister to rebut. Allow him to rebut. May the minister continue.
I'm actually not charged. You will fear me if I'm charged. That I can tell you.
Order, Honorable Minister, please.
So, what we're trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that we must call a spade, not a long spoon. Under these 10 years, which I call wasted and lost decades, it must be espoused, and we must talk about it. If we do not do that, even ourselves will make mistakes. We must remind ourselves we are coming from a very bad past. And when I talk about children in school, 2 million of those, just imagine 2 million sweet potatoes. But those are human beings, countrywide.
Honorable Member for Mongu, you will be debating outside. May the Honorable Minister continue.
When did we ever recruit more than 30,496 teachers just to parry 50 ratio? And now, this year, 4,500. I don't know what the minister has now for us for next year. Plenty of that. So achievements matter. You should not bury your heads. Only one thing that we are trying to talk about today. Talk about what we have done. How many students benefited about school meals? We are feeding children now more than 8 in districts. Meal allowance. More than 76 million we have spent for 27,623 students in all the public universities. Where was that money going? Why did you make people starve in these universities? Yourselves. They cancelled that. And today now, we have made university students who are in our public universities decent human beings. Rather than a child going to go and become a guard in the night so that they have got food the next day. Our girl child used to find themselves in the streets looking for money. And that we have now cut. Decency entails that you must also behave in a decent manner in order for our children to learn. And our children who are now in school, from early childhood, all these centers, I will take all the school centers to all of you without discrimination. But the child in Chiwangandu is my child. The child in Porokoso is my child. In Nulunte is my child. This is our behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, please be mindful of time. We are constrained for time and would want all the honorable ministers to debate. So, honorable ministers, as you debate also, you don't have to exhaust the 10 minutes. The Honorable Minister of Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to contribute to the debate in the House on the motion of the thanks to the President's address. Madam Speaker, allow me also to thank His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, for his resolve to transform the fisheries and livestock subsector, as highlighted in his inspiring speech during the ceremonial opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, in his speech, whose theme was building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia, the President once again demonstrated that the New Dawn administration means business in transforming the economy of the Zambia. So indeed, the speech of His Excellency the President means business for the people of Zambia. The theme is an inspiration for every Zambian to take advantage of the supportive environment to make Zambia food secure and become a net exporter of food to the region and beyond. Madam Speaker, let me now focus my debate on the fisheries and livestock subsector and highlight some of the steps we are taking to improve fisheries and livestock production and productivity. Madam Speaker, 1. Recruitment of extension staff. Madam Speaker, the President pointed out that government was recruiting more frontline staff to support our farmers in crop, livestock, and fishery subsector. This sector, Madam Speaker, was almost dead. The new Dawn administration decided to recruit frontline staff to make sure that our farmers are given the services that they require. I wish to indicate that my ministry employed over 470 frontline staff in 2022. Further, the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock has been restructured to improve operational efficiency and productivity. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Treasury Authority has been granted for the recruitment of 364 frontline staff to add to the numbers that we recruited in 2022. This government is committed to overcome challenges that are associated with the staffing levels, especially at camp level. Madam Speaker, most of our camp levels in this country did not have the staff. This government, Madam Speaker, has embarked on recruitment of these staff to make sure that every farmer has an extension officer within the jurisdiction to assist them to improve on production. Madam Speaker, on transport, this is the sector which was struggling in terms of transport. Farmers have to pay for services to allow our staff to attend to them. The New Dawn administration, Madam Speaker, has embarked on supplying transport for our staff. To improve extension outreach, Madam Speaker, and to enhance extension service delivery, mobility of our extension staff becomes very critical. To this end, the ministry procured 10 motor vehicles for all our provincial headquarters. Madam Speaker, we are also in the process of procuring 82 more for our districts. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we have procured 332 motorcycles and are in the process, and we are in the process to procure 600 more for our extension services, extension officers. Madam Speaker, these are some of the things which were not happening in the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. This is a sector which was completely neglected. Now we have the president who understands this sector, which can turn around the economic values of this country. Even this meal we are talking about, Madam Speaker, this is the sector which can start answering to the challenge or to enhance production. And I want to encourage all my members of parliament who are here, that when you own livestock, it means we'll start increasing production by having drought power. Each one of you, I want to encourage you that you must own livestock. Because by owning livestock, you will increase production of maize.
Order, Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Madam Speaker.
Order. Tomorrow you might not listen to the debate, to the budget if you continue. May the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is in the direction of transport. This administration, Madam Speaker, has gone ahead to answer some of the challenges this country was facing. Disease control.
The New Dawn administration, Madam Speaker, during the review period, animal disease continued to ravage the livestock industry. But this time around, Madam Speaker, we have been equal to the task. We have managed to reduce disease incidence of foot and mouth disease in the country. Madam Speaker, there has been significant reduction in incidence of FMD in the first half of 2023 compared to 2022, Madam Speaker. The reduction is attributed to the vaccinations which have been conducted in the affected areas, and these interventions are ongoing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, additionally, we have improved the lead time in the control of outbreaks of diseases such as African swine fever. Madam Speaker, for the first time ever, we controlled African swine fever within a month, reducing the locking down in the pork value chain. Madam Speaker, further, we controlled contagious bovine pneumonia, CBPP, within 2 months in Zambia. This is something which never used to happen. This government is very, very committed, and we are very, very committed and serious to answer to the challenges our farmers have been facing in the past. Madam Speaker, disease control in this country is one of the commitments that we have committed to. Improving the work environment for our staff. Madam Speaker, providing transport, employing more staff in order to enhance regulatory functions. The ministry inducted the Veterinary Council of Zambia to make sure that they provide the oversight functions. Madam Speaker, in the fisheries and aquaculture, this is the area where the deficit for fish production in the country was growing high. Madam Speaker, the ministry has made tremendous progress in aquaculture. This has attracted neighboring countries who are coming to learn from us in the area of aquaculture. As we are talking, Madam Speaker, most of our youth, most of our women have been supported into aquaculture by providing them seed funds to go into production of fish. These are some of the things which were very rare, Madam Speaker, across the country. And we are in the right trajectory to make sure that across the country, all areas that are potential in terms of production have the access to this seed fund. Madam Speaker, as we are talking now, if you went to Mpolungu today, the communities that surround Lake Tanganyika are very happy because
Honorable
of the
Minister, your time is up. Please wind up quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To conclude, Madam Speaker, may I say the fisheries industry in this country is moving in the right trajectory. And I can assure the people of this country that we are in the right direction to make sure that food secure for this country is enhanced. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you most sincerely for according me this opportunity to give a reaction to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema's speech during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the presidential speech
unveiled numerous interventions that the government is implementing to guarantee energy sufficiency, affordability, and sustainability in Zambia under the theme, Building on the Social Gains for Improved Livelihood and a Better Zambia. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Energy is responsible for the development and management of the energy sector, which is a critical input in the socio-economic development of the country, as every productive sector in the economy relies on the provisions of energy. Madam Speaker, implementation of universal access to clean, affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy has the potential to bring about significant positive impacts, such as job creation and enhanced resilience to climate change. Under the economic diversification and job creation, which is stated on page 7, I would like to outline and re-emphasize the importance of energy to the economy. Madam Speaker, under the electricity subsector and in the bid to reduce the stress on the grid, the Ministry of Energy, through ZESCO, is promoting the use of energy-efficient appliances for lighting and also alternative energies for cooking. From the time the new Dawn government was ushered into power in 2021, the Ministry of Energy, through ZESCO, has so far distributed 1.68 million LED bulbs countrywide, which translates to saving of 48 megawatts. At household level, the LED bulbs have low electricity consumption and long lifespan and consequently save money. Additionally, statutory instrument number 74 of 2016 to phase out incandescent bulbs in Zambia remains in force. These initiatives not only contribute to energy sufficiency, but also create employment opportunities and attract foreign investment. Madam Speaker, my government has taken bold and ambitious actions that are required to create an industrialized and diversified economy, which is a key development outcome of the 8th National Development Plan. In this regard, the government is implementing an open access regime which will promote the possibility for any party selling or buying electricity to use transmission and distribution systems without discrimination. This will stimulate investment in the power sector, thereby enhancing efficiency in the delivery of electricity to the customers. Madam Speaker, under the petroleum subsector, the government is implementing reforms in order to improve efficiency in the fuel supply chain. In this light, government in October 2022 disengaged from procuring and financing of petroleum products. This entails that government will invest this money in other projects that will help grow our country's economy. Additionally, guidelines on how the oil marketing companies will be selected to utilize the Tazama pipeline have been developed and will be implemented in the fourth quarter of 2023. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that government has now operationalized the Tazama pipeline, which has resulted in 80% of the country's petroleum products being transported by the pipeline. This entails that there will be less use of tankers on the Zambian roads, thereby reducing damage to these roads. In the medium term, and also to ensure sustainability fuel supply, the government plans to implement the private sector-led system for importation of petroleum products. The Zambia bulk procurement system, it is envisaged that the system shall ensure that the supply of petroleum products is conducted in a coordinated manner and at the most competitive price. This system is aimed at establishing a more stable and efficient importation and distribution of petroleum products in Zambia. Madam Speaker, in order to address some of the challenges in the petroleum subsector, government is launching the first ever biofuel blending pilot program in October 2023. It is envisaged that the bioethanol pilot program will create a more stable energy future in terms of stabilizing the volatility of domestic fuel prices, as well as securing the fuel supply in the country. We anticipate that there will be increased job creation in the agricultural sector as government has received interest from Kafia Sugar, Zambia Sugar, and Kawambwa Sugar, who have pledged to grow cassava and sugarcane for the production of ethanol. The ethanol producing program will also commercialize the operations of Indeni as a major player in the market. The following oil marketing companies have expressed interest in pilot program. These are Puma Energy, Total, and Surya Energy. Further, one of the notable economic impact is the projected reduction in the fuel prices. For example, blending petrol at 20% will see a reduction of the pump price by 1 kwacha 25 ingwe per liter at current price. It is further anticipated that there will be an increase in outgrower schemes in the agriculture sector, as most of the small-scale farmers will begin to grow energy crops such as cassava and sugarcane commercially, thereby increasing jobs in the agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, it is important to mention that the clean, affordable, and sustainable energy is a precondition for the structural transformation in Zambia and the achievement of the Vision 2030, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. There is need to invest in clean energy to support growth in the education, health, mining, agriculture, and tourism sectors. My government is confident that the implementation of these and other interventions listed above will result in adequate energy supply that will accelerate economic growth and job creation. To this end, the New Dawn government is actively pursuing partnership with international organizations to support the clean energy agenda and is promoting more private sector investment in the energy sector. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to register my thanks to the address by His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, on the occasion of the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. The President chose an appropriate theme, building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihood and a better Zambia. Indeed, Zambia has made tremendous gains in the first 2 years of the New Dawn administration, and more is yet to come. Madam Speaker, the President's speech encapsulates the very essence of our mission as the New Dawn government. It is a call to action, a call to uplift the lives of our people, and a call to ensure that every Zambian enjoys the fruit of development and progress. This theme resonates with the aspiration of every Zambian, regardless of their background, as it promises a bright future for all. Madam Speaker, the President articulated the New Dawn government's development agenda and highlighted the strides made in delivering on the mandate given to us in August 2021 by the Zambian people. The New Dawn government intends to deliver on all campaign promises made. Let me remind the House and the country that in football terms, we are not even at half time. We are probably in 35 minutes out of 90 minutes here. Madam Speaker, the President in his address to this august House emphasized the importance of infrastructure in our country's socio-economic and transformation agenda. Due to the huge debt burden left by the previous government, where every Zambian, including the newborn children, babies, owing $10,000 each. The New Dawn government is adopting innovative financing models such as public-private partnerships to implement its infrastructure development agenda. Madam Speaker, the Chingola-Kasumbalesa Road and the Lusaka-Ndoradio Carriageway are shining examples of ingenuity at work. The Chingola-Kasumbalesa PPP road project has already made significant progress and will be completed ahead of time. The concessionaire for the Lusaka-Ndoradio Carriageway is already on site. This is not rhetoric. Anyone who has traveled on this road can already begin to see the benefits of the work that has been done. The House may further wish to note that my ministry just this week, on Tuesday, signed the Kambimba-Lumwana Road and the one-stop border post. Next week, Madam Speaker, we shall be signing the Katete-Chanida Toll Road and the one-stop border post. Furthermore, in the month of October, we shall be signing the Ndola-Sakanya-Mufulira Toll Road and the one-stop border post. Madam Speaker, in order to facilitate trade and investment, not only within the country, but also with our neighbors, we have signed an MOU with Angola to facilitate the construction of the road and border posts at Jimbe and Escongo, connecting Zambia to Angola. The implementation of this MOU will enhance our connectivity to the Lobito corridor, which is not only a pathway to export mining commodities, but also an artery for future economic growth. The House, Madam Speaker, may wish to note that this corridor has generated interest from our cooperating partners, including EU, African Development Bank, and the US, and among others. Madam Speaker, furthermore, we have commenced the implementation of the Acro Bridge projects using its own resources. 15 Acro bridges have been earmarked for installation this year, while another 15 will be installed in 2024. Government has also completed many crossing points, including the Lundazi and Musuzi bridges in Eastern Province and the Lunchu Bridge in Central Province. Madam Speaker, His Excellency was very categorical in stating the New Dawn government's commitment to improving the welfare of our people through investment in infrastructure. To this end, connecting our vast country is paramount. My ministry has continued to facilitate construction and rehabilitation of provincial airports in order to ensure connectivity among our provinces. With guidance of the President, we have completed Kasama Airport within 2 years of being in office. 2 years of being in office. And within 1 year of the presidential directive. This will be followed by Solwezi and the Mansa airports. Subsequently, airports and airdromes in other provinces will also be rehabilitated. This is being done because we are a government that works methodically and delivers on its priorities and commitments. Madam Speaker, when the President addressed August House, and the word is August House, not August House, he stressed that government is putting up measures to cushion the vulnerable in our society that have been impacted by the rising prices of mealie meal in the country. In this regard, my ministry is playing a key role in dealing with issues of increased maize production, which will see the price of maize going down in the near future. Madam Speaker, at this stage, let us understand the plans that government has put in place. To ensure that we have affordable maize and mealie meal, it is important to ensure that the cost of production is less than that which the farmers get for their products. This is what has been put in place by this government. And this coming year, we shall see increased maize production. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, just to highlight more benefits of economic diplomacy led by His Excellency the President, government has signed an MOU with a private party to invest in concrete panel making factory with an investment of $10 million to support the building of decent, quality, and low-cost housing across the country. The concrete panels will also be used to construct schools, health facilities, and other public infrastructure in both rural and urban areas. This will increase the pace of construction and help deliver the much-needed infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I wish to stress the President's desire for more PPP projects in all sectors in order to leverage private sector financing and abilities to this. And to this effect, government through the Ministry of Finance and National Planning has brought to this august House a bill to repeal and replace the PPP Act number 14 of 2009. I wish to appeal to the honorable members of this House to support this important development so that we can hasten the process of implementing PPP projects. I wish again, Madam Speaker, to express my profound appreciation and thanks to His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Indeed, many people in this country, when they have seen the good works that he has brought to the fore, they ask the question, where were you all these years? We really, the whole country appreciates. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to state that the record shows that the work done so far is a testimony to our President's hard working and the resolve to deliver on all our promises. And this country is beginning to enjoy the hard work that the President has brought in public service. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, that is why many people in this country are saying, Dale Bwelela Po. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dabolela po meaning.
There is no chance of coming back, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Mwenelonga. I think the pineapples are working. The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Speaker, kindly permit me to join the long list of my colleagues in adding my voice to the motion of thanks to the President's speech, whose theme, and I quote, is building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. Madam Speaker, for the record, may I declare that posterity will look back in history and describe the President's speech as indeed a watershed moment. Madam Speaker, may I also dare say that despite the many successes scored by this new Dawn administration under the able tutelage of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, the President was indeed very modest and literally refused, neglected, and or omitted his bragging rights, particularly in the issues that the Ministry of Transport and Logistics has scored. Madam Speaker, before I touch on some of the specific issues that the President raised regarding or pertaining to the aviation sector, allow me to state that when we took over office, we found the rail subsector a completely damaged subsector. We found workers at the Tazara were being owed close to 1 year of salary arrears. Madam Speaker, this new dawn administration...
I've already guided, Honorable Member. There are no points of orders. I've already guided. We are constrained for time, and we are already eating in the time. Honorable Member for Lunte, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you for that protection, Madam Speaker. The new Dawn government meticulously ensured that we were able to dismantle those salary arrears. At the time, Madam Speaker, that the President was embarking on a state visit to China, the President had neglected to inform this nation through this August House that this new Dawn administration has come to terms with the trials and tribulations that our workers in sectors such as the rail sector and the Tazara have been facing. Madam Speaker, this new Dawn administration, working together with its sister government, the government of the People's Republic of Tanzania, has agreed that we need to turn around the fortunes of Tazara. Despite the many economic potential that the company faces, Tazara was allowed to literally begin to crawl. Tanzania and Zambia, Madam Speaker, have agreed that we need to go back to our original partners in the construction of Tazara, the Chinese, that we may turn around the model with which Tazara is going to operate, make it more commercially viable, and be able to allow it to stand on its own, Madam Speaker. That is what this new Dawn administration is doing. Madam Speaker, we've gone a step further. We realize that Zambia Railways is a company with immense potential. Despite being close to 115 years, the company is still able to meet its overheads. Time has come that Zambia Railways is allowed to equally get back on its feet so that it's able to contribute to the economic progress of this country. Madam Speaker, perhaps the single most indicative sector of how this new Dawn administration has been able to make strides is in the aviation sector, Madam Speaker. Since assuming office, this new Dawn administration has registered close to 23 aircrafts. I'm sure the honorable members to your left, Madam Speaker, are able to agree with me. They are able to agree with me, Madam Speaker, that we have seen an increase in the number of aircrafts and airlines that are having to service our country, Zambia. This is what a methodical approach to fixing problems is able to do. We have been able, Madam Speaker, methodically beginning to get rid of the confusion that was in this country. The President promoted law and order, brought back the rule of law, and went about to sell the country, both local and abroad. The result, Madam Speaker, is that we are now inundated with the number of people that want to come and visit our beautiful country, Zambia. Madam Speaker, in order for us to take full advantage of this situation, we were able to launch the Zambia Airways as our national flag carrier. We launched it. We launched it under my ministry. We launched Zambia Airways. I have closely monitored and supervised this airline. And only yesterday, Madam Speaker, only yesterday, to proudly receive a 800. Madam Speaker, a marvel of an aircraft which will go a step further in order to sell our country within the region and abroad. Madam Speaker, owing to the disturbances, allow me to repeat. Just yesterday, Madam Speaker, we added to the fleet of Zambia Airways a Boeing 737-800, which, Madam Speaker, will go a long way in carrying our flag within the region and beyond. Madam Speaker, this will not only encourage competition, but ultimately benefit the Zambian flying public. Madam Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, there is no subsidies that this government is offering the Zambia Airways 2014. Zambia Airways 2014, Madam Speaker, is operating on a business model that works on volumes as opposed to focusing on just sheer profit making. And therefore, one of the actions I took, Madam Speaker, when I was appointed Minister of Transport and Logistics was to ensure that we were able to level the playing field. We reduced landing fees and we reduced parking fees. The result is what we saw yesterday. Madam Speaker, the President's pronouncement through the Minister of Finance to remove visa requirements has had a resultant effect of a multiplier effect of the number of people that want to visit Zambia. Madam Speaker, if there is anyone in doubt out there, particularly those on your left, numbers do not lie. International passenger numbers, Madam Speaker, have grown by 111%. Domestic passenger numbers, Madam Speaker, have grown by 133%. This even before we launch the Kasama Airport. We promised Mwinelubemba, Madam Speaker, Mwinelubemba referring to my king, my chief, the Bemba chief, Mwinelubemba. The President made a public pronouncement, and hardly a year, we went flat out to ensure that this country will not discriminate. We shall take development to all parts of the country. Today, Kasama boasts of a beautiful airport, Madam Speaker. We are so proud of the work that we are doing, and this country will never be the same again, because the Zambian people made the right choice and elected Mr. Hakainde Hichilema as its president. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The order, honorable members. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the speech presented by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, to this august House on 8th September 2023 during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly under the theme Building on the Socio-Economic Gains for Improved Livelihood and a Better Zambia. Madam Speaker, I should first start by appreciating you for the prayers that you've given us, members of Parliament. And this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, Madam Speaker, you've been consistently consistent on the issue of us being or treating and also considering all matters that are before us in a very fair and just a manner. That's what you've been praying for us. That's why I should thank you. So I'll try by all means to be very fair and also being very just to the issue that is before us. Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of Zambia talked about the rule of law. The young people of the Republic of Zambia used to throw stones, used to insult people, used to collect illegal money from the bus stations and markets. Today, Madam Speaker, that is a thing of the past. Sure, can someone call that speech? It's not, should not be substantiated, or there is no substance. Because the President was trying to tell us what we've done so far. Madam Speaker, let me also zero in on the issue of the return of Vedanta, where $1 billion, that's my interest, $1 billion, $250 million, and $20 million. Now, the $20 million, what will that do for Nchanga Rangers? That's my interest as a minister for the youth and sport. That what we would do to Konkola Blades and Nampundwe. So for me, the corporate social responsibility of the $20 million will go a long way in improving soccer, in improving infrastructure in those particular towns. So for me, that is very important. How could someone quote that speech that there's no substance? And yet, we have another 250 million kwacha which will be paid to suppliers. And a lot of young people will be able to be employed through after people have been paid. So for me, that was very, very important. When we talk about the 1 billion, Madam Speaker, that will be reinvested in KCM, we also anticipate a lot of job opportunities for our young people, and indeed, there will be jobs that will be created by KCM. So for me, that was very important. I should also emphasize the point of the meal allowances. I'm talking about substance, because the young people at the University of Zambia, the young people at the Corporate University have been getting allowances. Which allowances were scrapped off? How could someone say there was no substance? And yet people have been treated now with meal allowances. Madam Speaker, the young people were sitting on the floor. Today they are sitting on the desks. So how could someone say there was no substance in that particular speech? So I think for me, we need to be, that's why I had to appreciate you because of that prayer. And I believe that I'm encouraging other members of parliament to follow through when you are praying. We need to follow what you are praying. Madam Speaker, some members on your left, Madam Speaker, who spoke before me mentioned that, as I said, that the president's speech lacked substance. That assessment, Madam Speaker, by my colleagues is not only unfair, but also very unfortunate. The truth is that the president's speech had so much substance, and this could be attributed by the following, Madam Speaker. In the year 2021, under my ministry, the government had trained 2,467 youth, while in 2022, my ministry again provided skills training to 12,537, and further, this year 4,665 youth are currently enrolled at various youth skills training centers. It is projected that more than 8,000 will graduate at the end of this year. Madam Speaker, is this not substance? Furthermore, my ministry has signed a memorandum of understanding with St. Eugene University for the provision of scholarships in sport and various courses to a tune of 1,700 for the 2024 academic year. The MOU will run for a period of 5 years. Madam Speaker, members of this august house, indeed, is this not substance?
Order.
Under
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. The House has taken a 20 minutes health break, and under consideration is the motion of thanks, a motion that was moved on 13th September 2023 by Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Sireso Sefulo, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. And the time the House was going on break, Honorable Elvis Nkandu, who is the Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts, was debating to the motion.
Yes, Taza, when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker made three announcements. Thereafter, the Vice President moved a motion to suspend standing orders 25, 26, 27 and 80 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 to enable the House to sit from 14:15 hours until business has been concluded on Friday, 29 September 2023, and also to omit the Vice President's question time from the order paper. Thereafter, the House considered three questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so we'll be giving you details of these later on. For now, we're going on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Broadcast times for Parliament Television has been extended from 08:30 hours to 22 hours from Monday to Friday. Tune in every weekday from Monday to Friday on Parliament Television. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
The Zambia Institute for Policy Analysis and Research, ZIPA, in partnership with the United Nations System in Zambia, the European Union, and the Parliamentary Budget Office, organized a two-day social sector budget analysis training for members of Parliament. The training was held at Sierra Resort from Saturday 23rd September to Sunday 24th September 2023. In September 2022, ZIPA conducted a similar training workshop which was aimed at enhancing the capacity of honorable members of Parliament in analyzing the budget from formulation to implementation. And this year, the focus was on sector budget analysis. During the official opening of a two-day sector budget analysis training workshop for members of Parliament, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Nelly Muti, said as part of the transition process, sector budget analysis was piloted in 2022 and will continue as part of the scrutiny process in 2023.
I am optimistic that the knowledge members will gain during the workshop will be useful during the pilot exercise. As you will observe from the program, presentations focus on some key economic and social sectors. The same tools of analysis and approaches can be adapted to other sectors falling under the umbrella of the respective portfolio committees. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me therefore to stress that it is through your active participation in this workshop and other similar capacity-enhancing workshops that members will be better equipped to scrutinize the sectors to better inform our legislative processes.
In his welcoming remarks, Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, Mr. Roy Ngulube, thanked ZIPA for organizing such an important workshop.
The workshop forms part of the many activities that will be carried out as part of, as we prepare ourselves for committing the budget estimates to the portfolio committees. I know, Madam Speaker, that you may make some comments on this on behalf of management and also the leadership of the National Assembly, namely the Standing Orders Committee. This year we had planned that we are going to refer all the estimates to all the portfolio committees and other committees in Parliament. Regrettably, this could not have happened this year, and for a number of reasons. reasons, obviously, you require a bit of consultations and training. So between now and next year, hopefully when we now refer all the estimates to all the committees, we will embark on a number of trainings, not just for members of parliament, but for ministers, permanent secretaries, directors of finance in the ministries, and liaison officers, so that all the stakeholders in this process have a buying in, and that all of us are on the same wavelength.
Meanwhile, ZIPA Executive Director Dr. Eric Mpuku said members of parliament as lawmakers need to fully understand the budget process as they play an important role in economic management by developing and approving the national budget.
These interventions recognize the significant role that the budget plays in overall economic management and performance in the economy. Being a dominant spender in the economy, government expenditure forms part of aggregate demand and has significant influence on the price level and national output, or GDP. Furthermore, revenue generation presented through a panoply of measures impact the economy at both the microeconomic and macroeconomic level. The balance between revenue and expenditure will determine the extent which government will have recourse to the banking sector, local or international, or the central bank. Furthermore, this balance significantly impacts the real and social sectors, affecting government spending on education and health, as well as economic sectors of manufacturing, agriculture, and the social benefit programs that are there in our society. Evidently, this will feed into the overall economic system and must manifest itself through changing price levels or declining output. Thus, by developing and approving the national budget and closely monitoring and controlling expenditure, Parliament plays an important role in national economic management. I would dare say that the buck stops at Parliament. It's Parliament which approves the national budget. It's Parliament which monitors the implementation of the national budget.
And United Nations resident coordinator Beatrice Mutali said she is happy that government has been expanding the social sector budget in health, education and social protection.
The government has been expanding the social sector budget over the last 2 years, particularly in health, education, and social protection. These increases have facilitated the hiring of additional workers in health and education, demonstrating the priority that the government places in these sectors. Commitments in providing free education, building schools, and the recruitment of teachers have and will continue to contribute to improving the performance of the education sector and the much needed human capital development. We have also witnessed the recruitment of additional health workers, coupled with additional allocations towards drugs and medical supplies, which we trust will improve service delivery and the health and well-being of citizens in this country.
On the first day of the sector budget analysis training workshop, parliamentarians were taken through 4 presentations, and the first presentation was done by the Parliamentary Budget Office Principal Clerk, Mr. Michel Fitzgerald Kateshi, who gave an overview sector budget analysis from Parliament's perspective.
The main head that will be responsible for a sector. For example, I'm using head 47, Ministry of Health. So this is the main ministry that has got a mandate of the policy direction and with regard to the health sector. But the committee that will be scrutinizing head 77, the Ministry of Defense, they'll still encounter this particular sector, even if they're looking at it from a defense point of view, because the allocation that is allocated to that head also touches on this sector. So these are some of the issues that members will have to pay attention. So under the Ministry of Health, you find that, under the Ministry of Defense, you find that it may be a minor contributor to that overall sector, but it's a significant contributor because of they run certain major hospitals within the nation and also clinic and serve members of the public. So these are some of the issues when you delve into sector budget that come into play.
And Mr. Mbewe Kalikeka, ZIPA Research Fellow Public Finance, made a presentation on the understanding of the national budget.
Expenditures in the national budget are classified using functions of government. So basically here when we say functions of government, we're basically looking at what are the core functions of the government. So one, you look at issues to do with defense, education, health, environmental protection, general public services. Those are actually functions of government. So expenditures in the national budget are reported by what we call functional classification because they are basically functions of government. But then, if you want to go now deeper to interrogate these functions, for instance, you want to see how much salaries are supposed to go to each separate function, you won't find salaries, for instance, in the national budget. You won't find a line that says this is going to personal emoluments or the civil service wage bill. So that is now where we go either to the yellow book or to the fiscal tables, and these expenditures will be classified by economic classification.
Macroeconomics ZIPA Research Fellow Mr. Ignatius Masilokwa presented on the implications of debt restructuring.
The creation of the fiscal space is expected to push on the burden of the adjustment. Why was this necessary and why is this objective very critical? We realized that before we got on the program, and Mbewe spoke to this, and he also touched on spending priorities. He mentioned that the government has to spend on debt service, the government has to spend on the wage bill, and whatever remains is what is channeled to other sources of the economy. So we see here that between 2015 to 2021, the dashed dots for debt service were increasing rapidly between 2015 to 2021, taking up almost 40% of the budget. And if we look at the social sectors, which we're going to be discussing here today, if you look at education, health, obviously water and sanitation and others, we see that their lines were trending downwards. What this tells us is that over time we saw a reduction in funding towards social sectors, in funding towards education, towards health and the like. But what is also concerning is that the funding towards economic affairs also reduced. So economic affairs here, this is where you then delve deep and where you find your growth enhancing sectors. For instance, in the 8th National Development Plan, there are sectors that have been highlighted to be the core drivers or to be assumed to drive the Zambian economy. So this would include mining, tourism, agriculture, and manufacturing. So all those are captured under economic affairs.
And Mr. Shimkuku Manchishi, a research fellow trade and investment from ZIPA, gave an insight on real sector budget analysis in the agriculture sector.
Farmers in this country can produce maize at even 10 tons per hectare, but they only produce 5% of our maize, and over time they've actually divested from maize production due to policy inconsistency. But the argument I'm putting across there is that because most of our maize is produced by smallholder farmers whose productivity is low, we seem to be having this problem around maize production. And one can actually argue it's contributing to the issues that we have around the price of maize because of the demand that we have within the region. Because we're not able to satisfy our domestic as well as export demand due to low productivity, it does create those problems. I also highlighted in red wheat, because we know that wheat is mostly farmed by commercial farmers. But look at the productivity. Of course, not very impressive, but slightly higher. And what's the reason? Most of the farmers engaged in wheat production, more commercial, have invested heavily in mechanization.
During the plenary session, members of parliament had an opportunity to seek clarity on the social sector budget analysis. Minister for Central Province, who is also member of parliament for Kembe, Honorable Princess Kasune MP, made concluding remarks on behalf of the first deputy speaker at the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Malungo Chisangano.
we are grateful for the capacity that you have given us. I think some of us who are coming to Parliament for the second time, we cried for this capacity and we looked forward for sector budgeting. That was one of the hottest issues that we had in the cohort of 2016. And to be here in the cohort of 2021 and to begin to see that what was being advocated for, what was being spoken about is becoming to be a reality. We heard of the, is it 5 or 6 committees that now will be joining the pilot committees, and we are hopeful that come next year, we should be able to allow all committees to do the sector budgeting. I think this is not a small thing. This is great development for the Parliament of Zambia. So we want to take this opportunity on behalf of Madam Speaker just to say thank you to ZIPA, thank you to all the partners, the UN family and the European Union and many other partners that I haven't mentioned here.
After the close of the workshop, some members of parliament said they have now acquired knowledge and understanding about sector budget analysis.
One of the key things that I really picked in this workshop that I'm very interested in is early childhood. You know, when you look at our investment, usually we take our investment really looking at the youths like 18 to 35 years, but in regards to the early childhood, you realize that that's a sector that is a little bit that we haven't invested very much in. So that is a sector that I'm very interested in, because the target, when you're looking at children, most of it that should be done is actually 0 to 7 years. Today, it's difficult for me to learn even one more language, but when you're looking at a child that is younger, it's easy for you to target them.
It is always important, as times are changing, trends are changing, to have capacity building workshops like this. It was very helpful so that we all stand in unison of knowing that it is about one Zambia, one nation.
For me, being a first termer, I'm coming to Parliament for the first time and representing the good people of Chasefu. I have to look at what affects the people of Chasefu, what is sitting in our national budget. And I want to appreciate the resource persons. They are very good. What they have imparted on us is so enriching.
I think that such workshops, interactions are very critical for us members of parliament, because the world is becoming dynamic, and as members of parliament we must be able to interrogate the budget from a well-informed point of view.
Finance and National Planning Minister Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwane is on Friday, September 29th, expected to present the 2024 national budget to Parliament.
Broadcast times for Parliament's television has been extended from 0830 hours to 22 hours from Monday to Friday. Tune in every weekday from Monday to Friday on Parliament's television. Parliament's television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Parliamentary proceedings, and under consideration is the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address, a motion of 13th September 2023, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. This motion was moved by Mwandi, Member of Parliament, Ms. Siveso Sefulo, and we do expect Honorable Elvis Nkandu, Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts, to continue debating to this motion.
Yes, Taza, when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker made 3 announcements. Thereafter, the Vice President moved the motion to suspend standing orders 25, 26 and 27.
Madam Speaker. Yeah.
There seems to be no quorum. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present in the House for business to be transacted on the floor. So bells are still ringing, calling on members of parliament to come to their house.
And under consideration is resumption of debate on a motion of thanks. His Excellency the President's address, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address, a motion of 13th September 2023 that was moved by one member of Parliament, Ms. Sibeso Sefula.
Exactly, and we do expect Honorable Elvis Nkandu, Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts, to continue debating to this motion.
And the House has so far considered 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74, and Madam Speaker made 3 announcements, and the Vice President also moved a motion to suspend standing orders.
Order, honorable members. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the honorable member for Mwandi that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. And the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts was debating. May the Honorable Minister continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the empowerment of youth in education, my ministry is providing scholarships for the vulnerable youth under the Community Scholarship Program in diploma courses to enhance their skills and employability. The program aims to empower 25,000 youth within a period of 5 years, and so far a total of 13,000 youth have been enrolled, 6,000 in 2022 and over 7,000 in 2023. Madam Speaker, as I was saying last time, and members of the House, indeed, is this not substance sure? Under the Graduate Empowerment Program, Madam Speaker, in 2022, the New Dawn government, through my ministry, we empowered 854 youth graduates with equipment and startup kits to enable them venture into income-generating activities to improve their livelihood. And in the year 2023, the ministry has so far empowered 560 youth graduates, bringing the total to 1,414. In the year 2021, under the National Youth Scheme, my ministry empowered 2,000 youth with grants, 2,414 in 2022, while 2,920 youth benefited in 2023, and we are still continuing. The program aims at empowering vulnerable youth with grants to enable them venture into income-generating activities, and going forward, my ministry intends to empower more youth. Between 2022 and 2023, under General Empowerment Program, 2,160 youth in the transport sector were empowered with fuel tankers and 186 with motorbikes to enable them to participate in economic activities. In order to spur employment opportunities and skills acquisition among the youth, as highlighted by the President, 2,000 youth have been selected and are being placed in various industries and institutions under the internship, volunteer, apprenticeship, and graduate program. And come 1st October, they will start work. Madam Speaker, surely, is it not substance? The President placed emphasis towards diversifying the economy through agriculture. In this regard, my ministry has been empowering the youth with free land from the 3 youth settlement scheme, simple agriculture equipment and startup kits to enable them venture into agriculture-related activities. In order to provide social security for the Zambian artists, my ministry facilitated the recruitment of over 1,000 artists on the social security scheme under the National Pension Scheme for the first time ever. In this regard, artists will be entitled to various benefits such as retirement, maternity benefits, access to loans, and funeral benefits, among others. Furthermore, the ministry facilitated the exemption of the customs and excise duty on some music and film equipment to allow artists to procure equipment without paying duty, thereby contributing to the growth of the arts industry. Madam Speaker, because of this intervention, today we have a Zambian movie doing very well on Netflix. And I therefore encourage all you members of parliament to go and watch this entertaining movie called Can You See Us on Netflix. The president's speech also to this august house highlighted that sport has the potential to significantly contribute to human development for our people, especially the youth. 5,000 youth in various sport disciplines, we have enabled them to participate in various tournaments. In this regard, in order to develop sports sector, we have continued to provide support in all sports disciplines to ensure construction, rehabilitation of sport infrastructure, like the recently launched David Kaunda Stadium in Eastern Province. The Zambian Senior Women Football Club, Madam Speaker, qualified to the World Cup. The Zambia National Senior Men team also qualified to the Africa Cup after 13 years of absence under the new Dawn administration. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to urge and encourage all members of Parliament, especially my colleagues from your right, from your left, Madam Speaker, to lock hands and support the progressive agenda of the new Dawn government as highlighted by the progressive speech by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to join a number of my colleagues, Madam Speaker, who have spoken before me to celebrate what I would like to call a fantastic speech delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank you for according me the opportunity to add a voice to the debate of the speech of the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, delivered on the 8th of September during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly, themed, and I quote, Madam Speaker, building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods. Madam Speaker, let me hasten to categorically state that the speech was progressive and inspirational as it reflected on the new Dawn's administration has achieved in improving the welfare of the Zambian people. There is no doubt that the speech gave real hope for the Zambian people that not so long ago lost hope, but now with the new Dawn government, it seeks to restore the lost glory of our mother Zambia. Let me also add that the speech truly reflected the aspirations of the nations as envisaged in the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, the various positive macroeconomic indicators that were outlined in the President's speech, such as the positive economic growth of 4.2% in 2022, reduction in annual inflation rate to single-digit 9.9%, just to mention but a few, Madam Speaker, is true testament that the country is moving in the right trajectory. A number of vital parameters have also been restored, which have created a conducive environment not only for business but for other ordinary citizens. This enabling environment, Madam Speaker, has indeed been felt in my ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, which has recorded a number of positive progressive results, such as increased international and domestic tourist arrivals. In his speech, Madam Speaker, the President stated that the tourism is the sector that we believe will increase the number of jobs in the country and enhance foreign reserves. Madam Speaker, that statement resonates very, very well with me and indeed the number of players in our tourism sector. The country has abundant wildlife and natural resources for development in the sector to increase the contribution towards the economic transformation and job creation agenda for the new Dawn. With this increased budgetary allocation to the ministry has embarked on a number of transformational interventions, such as development of appropriate tourism support infrastructure to make all tourism sites accessible and attractive to visitors, policy reforms, with a particular focus on reducing the cost of doing business, and marketing enhancement, among others, which likely to increase both local and foreign tourists. Madam Speaker, you heard my colleague, Minister of Transport and Logistics, talking about connectivity that has been enhanced with the introduction of the new Boeing 737-800, which we will see 737-800, which will increase the number of tourist arrivals within the region. And we are looking forward to making Zambia an airline hub for the Southern African region. Madam Speaker, worldwide, tourism is a major engine for job creation and the driving force for economic growth and development. For instance, recent studies by the World Tourism Organization, WTO, as you popularly know it, indicate that tourism generates 10% of the world's jobs and is included in the Sustainable Development Goal number 8 for the potential to create decent work. Madam Speaker, with the increased number of tourist arrivals that we're experiencing, it therefore gives us an opportunity to have the tourism and hospitality sector, I'll probably call it the travel, tourism and hospitality sector, to have the many boys and girls who are yearning for jobs in Zambia to be able to be employed in the sector and get the right conditions as proposed by my colleague Minister of Labour and Social Security. Madam Speaker, back home, the tourism sector has greatly contributed to job creation and foreign reserves. Therefore, one of the priority areas that my ministry has embarked on is to grow the tourism industry and the promotion of meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. That, Madam Speaker, has been very, very clear from the time that the UPND government took office. We have seen a number of meetings coming into Lusaka, a number of meetings going to Livingstone, and that in itself is a sure way of having to have as many people as we possibly can. We are doing so by leveraging on the investment of the new facilities such as the Kenneth Kaunda wing of the Mulungushi International Conferencing Center, a gift from our colleagues, the People's Republic of China, whom we've just returned from after a successful state visit by His Excellency the President, Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, members of the House can attest that the month barely passes without hosting a major conference in Zambia. The ripple effects of such events has been visible as the industry players in accommodation and transport, among others, have massively benefited in terms of room occupancy and increased length of stay. However, I agree with the President that more can be done to increase the number of both domestic and international arrivals in the country. It is in this regard the Ministry is in partnership with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Art and has recognized that sports tourism is one of the most important tools to increase the flow of domestic and international tourists in the country. We are working hand in glove with the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts to ensuring that more and more international competitions, not only in soccer, it could be in rugby, it could be in netball, indeed as well as swimming, so that we have as many international competitions. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that members of this august House still remember the football match that recently took place between the 2012 AFCON winners and that of the Barcelona legends, which attracted scores of fans, including foreigners, and those colleagues of ours even had an opportunity to go and visit the mighty Musiotunya Victoria Falls. Madam Speaker, this House may also wish to note that the Ministry set out an ambitious target of reaching 1.5 million international tourist arrivals by the end of this year. We are confident that we shall surpass this target set out due to robust marketing strategies that the Minister has employed and also the support that we've gotten from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning by giving us a shot in the arm this year of 50 million kwacha for tourism marketing. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to echo what the President said in the domestic tourism, that as citizens, we should be in the forefront in promoting and marketing various tourism sites the country is endowed with. I have said it before, Madam Speaker, there's no better person to market Zambia than the Zambians themselves, and we would like to encourage all the locals to take a holiday and take that holiday local. I am therefore happy to inform the House that through you, Madam Speaker, the government, in collaboration with the public service microfinance company, launched a product called Tandala. Now, this particular product, Madam Speaker, is a domestic loan initiative aimed at supporting public service workers to have an opportunity to enjoy a holiday at flexible interest rates. There's been no time that you've seen public service workers go on holiday, but this time around, Madam Speaker, all those people who are on government payroll have an opportunity to enjoy a holiday locally, even abroad, Madam Speaker. May I urge all members of the House and all public workers, wherever you are, to use this facility as it were. Madam Speaker, may I once again unreservedly say the President's speech was timely, the President's speech was timely, inspirational, and I fully support it from the Ministry of Tourism. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. So on the list, I have Central Province, Mines and Minerals Development, Small and Medium Enterprise, and Lusaka Province. In that order, the Honorable Minister for Central Province.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for giving me the opportunity to serve the people of Central Province under the able leadership of the new Dawn government under the UPND party. I wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add the voice of Central Province to the official opening address by the President of the Republic of Zambia on the 8th of September 2023, with the theme, Building on Socio-Economic Gains for Improved Livelihoods and a Better Zambia, which resonates very well with our province, the administration, in our aspirations and resolve to do more to improve the livelihoods of the people of Central Province. In the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, not only have we scored as Central Province, in particular in the area of making sure that no child is left behind by sitting on the dead floor, according to the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, for all those in the House and those that are listening, just in Central Province alone, 30,000 desks were manufactured and given to students who go to school. This is only in 2 years, Madam Speaker. If I may translate that into resources that has come into Central Province, that has remained into Central Province, it equates to about 45 million kwacha. That is money in people's pockets, not as a tagline, but as a reality. This is what the New Dawn government has achieved in our province. In cooperation with the Ministry of Mines, Madam Speaker, we have gone ahead to create reforms, controlled illegal mining activities, and I'm glad to report to you that because of our interventions as Central Province, the artisanal mines and small-scale mines has come to put an end to invasion of mining in the area which was characterized in the past. To actually underscore this, Madam Speaker, just within the last year, we as Central Province, we were able to process 12 processing plants of manganese and copper. 12 processing plants of manganese and copper within the tenure of the New Dawn government. This translates into jobs. We have scaled up in the sensitization of our youth so that they can get involved in the mining sector, which actually we are targeting to reach about 76 artisanal and small-scale miners in our province. In terms of promoting investment, Madam Speaker, I want to report to the House that in accordance with the President's vision and his speech, we have gone on to record investment of over $455 million US, which will set up the solar and wind power plants in our province. This will be a great actualization as we embark on producing a number of 371 megawatts of power. This is the Central Province under the New Dawn government. When it comes to farming, Madam Speaker, many farmers in Central Province are now using smart technologies and techniques. By the end of 2022, a total of 1,700 hectares of land in Central Province went under climate smart agriculture, and 5,400 farmers were using drought-tolerant crops varieties, while 1,350 farmers were adopting climate change smart agroforests. And Madam Speaker, in the area of social protection, which is a key component of what we are doing under this government as Central Province, over 18,000 beneficiaries were supported with food security packs between the year of 2022 and 2023 farming seasons in order to provide quality education and address the challenges that has come with free education. A total of 112 classroom blocks were also constructed and 125 classes ongoing as of 30th June 2023 under the different constituencies under the CDEF. Furthermore, about 5 health facilities and 5 maternity wings were constructed under the same period to improve access to water in public institutions and surrounding community. A total number of over 90 boreholes were drilled and equipped, and 5 water schemes were also set up. Skills development, Madam Speaker, remains a key policy for youth empowerment and poverty reduction in Central Province. To this effect, 5,522 youths in the province benefited from skills development under the CDF. In addition, 2,149 pupils were supported with secondary bursary skills, and also this went on to reduce absence in the schools. Madam Speaker, when it comes to climate change, we as a province has embarked on climate change mitigation measures. A total number of 1,112,000 tree seedlings were raised, and 2 community forests were established to prevent illegal cutting of trees and charcoal burning. The province conducted about 1,446 patrols and sensitized 3,000 people under the Forest Extension Service. A total of 5.7 million non-taxable revenue was also raised under natural resources in our province. This government, Madam Speaker, also continues to provide climate change information and warning our farmers and communities occupying areas that are vulnerable to floods, droughts, and to make people aware of the weather and what they may expect. When it comes to environment, Madam Speaker, the provincial administration has established integrity committees to prevent corruption and enhance integrity at the institution. Furthermore, we continue to pursue dialogue to resolve the border conflict boundaries in our chiefdoms and to provide oversight role on the CDF funds to ensure that decisions and implementation are made at a local level as envisioned by His Excellency
Order,
the President.
Honorable Minister, and order the Honorable Member for Chiruvi. The quorum has collapsed by 2 people. Can you please ring the bell?
Business to be transacted on the floor of the House. Under consideration is the motion of thanks, a motion of 13th September 2023. It was moved by Mwandi Member of Parliament, Ms. Siveso Sefulo, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. And debating to this motion is Central Province Minister Honorable Princess Kasune.
Yes, Taza, as you mentioned.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Central Province, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think someone wanted to make a name, having been a former Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you that the quorum has been restored. As I try to conclude, in order to strengthen land management administration, a total of 249 plots in form of land parcels of lots and stands and farms were surveyed in the year of 2023. Furthermore, a total number of 1,111 land offers were also issued, and 388 land inspections were conducted to address the boundary and land disputes. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I really want to emphasize to the House and those that are listening that the New Dawn government has not only come to change Central Province, but it has come to change the entire Republic of Zambia. And us, as Central Province, we sit on the center of that. As we conclude, the New Dawn UPND government will continue to implement reforms, bring about changes in the lives of the Zambians, and foster development and reconciliation and good governance while creating jobs and fostering value addition in the area of agriculture, mining, and ensuring that our youths have more money in their pockets, not as a slogan, but as a reality. On behalf of Central Province, I want to say I submit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that people decided to run away, but we are going to make sure they listen because of technology. Minister of Science and Technology, there is Facebook, everybody is monitoring, and they'll listen so that we tell them how the mining sector was messed up and how that we are cleaning it up as New Dawn government. Madam Speaker, I want to join the rest of the members of Parliament and ministers who have applauded the speech delivered by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, on the floor of this House. When people see that you have done a good thing, usually they want to punch unnecessary holes, holes which are empty, holes which have no meaning. I think as Zambians we need to begin to learn to appreciate and make our people realize that there can be good presidents in this country and not presidents who are given to alcohol all the time.
Honorable Minister, if you can use your speech. If you can use your written speech.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the President for presenting such a wonderful speech whose theme was building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. Indeed, we are looking for a better Zambia. And zeroing in on the mining sector, Madam Speaker, the President made it very clear that we found a mining sector that was in confusion, a mining sector that was in court, a mining sector that was riddled, Madam Speaker, with thieves. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word thieves.
Thank you.
And I replace it with those that were insincere in the way they were running the affairs of the mining sector. Madam Speaker, we decided to restore order in the mining sector because for anybody to benefit out of any minerals or any resource that we are endowed with, the very first thing that you do is order. Bring order to that sector. The very first thing that we did was for the Honorable Minister of Finance to come and present a policy direction, because in the mining sector, Madam Speaker, you can only prosper in a predictable and stable environment with policy direction that is clear, because the mining sector, Madam Speaker, requires that we invest huge amounts of money. So for you to recoup your investment, you need to be in an environment that is stable, that is predictable, that is safe, that as a leader that is serious, in a leader like President Hakainde Hichilema, and that's what we came to do. After giving that policy direction, Madam Speaker, we set ourselves now on a path to restore order in the sector by bringing back all the mining companies that were in court, bring them to the table and begin to discuss so that we can chart the way forward for the sector. Madam Speaker, we brought back First Quantum to the table, we brought KCM to the table, we brought Mopani to the table, and the President said we are going to be methodical, and we became methodical. And we started with First Quantum, Madam Speaker. We restored order. 1.3 billion invested in Kansanshi. We have the largest nickel mine now in Zambia, in Africa. Madam Speaker, KCM restored, investment brought back. For Mopani, we are saying the meal is already on the table. Very soon we will call the Zambians, come and partake. That is how methodical governments work. Madam Speaker, we are saying we are restoring order to the Copper Belt. The President of the Republic of Zambia, and I wonder, people were saying, no, he has gone to China, he hasn't seen the President. No, they have a system of doing things. They had to start from somewhere, check all the things that we have done, and then come and talk to the President. And now, that is what they did, Madam Speaker. Immediately, the President came back from China. Madam Speaker, the Chinese delegation of CNMC followed him with checks. $1.3 billion worth of investment is coming, targeted at Shaft 28 in Luansha. I know the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ron should be happy, because we've been singing the song of Shaft 28. Now money has come to dewater Shaft 28, and the people of Luansha should be happy that Shaft 28 will soon be dewatered and more jobs created.
Meaning what, Honorable Minister?
Meaning, that's how real men work. Real men in President Hakainde Hichilema.
Madam Speaker, people have been shouting and talking about illegal mining. We have so many minerals being discovered by common people on the street. This government has said, we are formalizing artisanal and small-scale miners. How do we do it? We said we are going to regulate the sector because the sector was unregulated. Everybody was doing whatever they wanted to do. This government has put in place a Minerals Commission, and Madam Speaker, in this sitting, we are bringing the bill that will now make the Minerals Commission into law, and then we'll begin implementation. Madam Speaker, through this House, I want to tell illegal miners, those that have been involved in doing all sorts of things, that their days are numbered, because the methodical New Dawn government is now bringing in a regulator that is going to check misbehavior in the sector, including the large mines that have been understating production figures. The lack of integrity in these mines have been, it's been untold, and they will be exposed by the Commission so that the people of Zambia, Madam Speaker, can get what belongs to them. It is when you have a methodical, controlled, and disciplined government. And this is what we have. Madam Speaker, we have a president who is chairing cabinet up to the wee hours of the day because of how serious he is in running the affairs of this country. And this is the president that sat on that chair, Madam Speaker, delivering that speech which people through lies are saying that lacked substance. Haven't you seen Shaft 28 opening in Luansha? Haven't you seen billions of dollars coming in KCM? Very soon you'll see Mopani flourishing. Chambeshi Metals will be opening soon. Madam Speaker, the negotiations are so advanced. All these are practical steps that will bring life back to the copper belt. Madam Speaker, this is a serious government. This is a government that is concerned with the welfare of the people. Nganaso vama mine, no bungale sova. Madam Speaker, meaning if you have sorted out the mining sector, even the mill issues will be sorted out. I have often told Madam Speaker, as I conclude, that the way Zambia is, we found Zambia nech putenachi pia, so tuletina. It is painful, yes, but I think the days of pain are going to go, Madam Speaker.
Can you translate what you had said?
Madam Speaker, ichipute means a boil. Because of the corruption that was going on, Zambia began to suffer from boils in different sectors, and tule fitina. So that, Madam Speaker, we remove the pass, and the country now will begin to celebrate. We are looking forward to that time, Madam Speaker, that the country will begin to celebrate, and it is in the shortest possible time, even as we implement various programs that we've put in place as New Dawn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members. Thank you, Honorable
Thank you very much,
Minister.
Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and... Sorry? Order. The Honorable Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given to me to support the President's speech delivered during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. The theme, building on the socio-economic gain for improved livelihood and a better Zambia. I stand to express my gratitude to His Excellency the President for a well articulated and thought through speech, I wish to affirm the progressive pronouncements delivered and content given by His Excellency. This administration, Madam Speaker, created an enabling business environment, first and foremost. Before, Madam Speaker, this country was in political violence. And when a country has a political violence, business environment, you never see it, Madam Speaker. The past regime, I'll mention the PF. It is true, it is the PF. Madam Speaker, we saw how this country was in a confusion. Pangas, Madam Speaker. Investors, Madam Speaker, could not come in this country because of that. Now this government, through the able leadership of His Excellency the President, came and stamped out the violence. Madam Speaker, entrepreneurship is key for job creation. We have witnessed investment pledges and partnerships for the benefit of SMEs and cooperatives. We have witnessed more private sector investment to a financial sector to assist in unlocking more of the potential within SMEs and cooperatives. We have witnessed, number one, $50 million for green growth of SMEs to Zanaco. A number of women-led businesses have benefited. Number two, we have benefited 20 million. We have seen 20 million, Madam Speaker, United States dollars invested in Absa Bank for the SMEs, and they develop a solution for small and medium business to have access to this fund. And just 1 week, or rather within the week, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed the signing of a 20 million euro facility for the European Investment Bank. I signed it yesterday and I witnessed to First Capital Bank. And this is for agricultural activities. We are looking and sorting out what they've been talking about. There is no abracadabra. They are supposed to be a way in which you look into a long term so that we can sort out. Madam Speaker, we are again waiting for the 15 million United States dollars for agricultural activities for SMEs following the signing memorandum of understanding with the Khalifa Fund for enterprise development of the United Arab Emirates. And these funds are coming within few months from now to develop the enterprises in this country. These investments are coming as a result of the collective environment we have created collectively and the partnerships that we have promoted through international diplomacy by His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker, this administration has been supporting manufacturing and local content in all products on our shelves and stores. We have a deliberate policy of procuring from our local firms, and that is sparing and improving innovations and growth of our sector, which is SME sector. We have witnessed the penetration of Zambian firms in the manufacturing of fertilizer. The plant, Madam Speaker, if you go, you see it. It is in operation. Madam Speaker, this success is because of our direct interventions with the outside world. We have increased the Citizen Economic Empowerment Commission. We found it at 25 million when we came into office. Now we increased to 350 million in the first year. And in the second year, we increased to 397.3, Madam Speaker. Because of this increase, we have targeted areas where we are growing maize, sorghum, millet, cassava, so that we can put up milling plants. Currently, Madam Speaker, we've identified Chavuma and the Kalomo districts, and this will be done in all districts where maize is being grown. Through our marketeer booster loan, Madam Speaker, we have reached out to 77,000 marketeers in all the districts, and our women have benefited. And for those districts where we haven't been, we will be there, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, through the one government approach, we are meeting the expectations of our people in a coordinated manner. My ministry remains keen coordinating efforts in the SME sector and cooperatives to effectively and efficiently work together to accelerate the growth of this economy. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. The next minister is the Lusaka Province Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I go in the speech, allow me, Madam Speaker, to give thanks and honor to God who gives authority. There is leadership in Zambia.
Order, Honorable Minister, we are not in church. We are not in church. Please just use the speech before you.
Glory.
And can we please minimize the commentaries? We want to hear what the debate is all about. You can go ahead, Honorable
Thank
Minister.
you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor and privilege to add to the debate in support of the speech made by His Excellency, the Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. In this speech, during the ceremonial opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly under the theme, Building on the Socio-Economic Gains for Improved Livelihoods and a Better Zambia. The speech set the tone and direction in the development agenda of our country, in which he emphasized the need to achieve socio-economic transformation by implementing measures to stimulate growth and ultimately improve the livelihoods of our people. Madam Speaker, the presidential speech clearly indicates that the United Party for National Development is determined to ensure that we achieve the Vision 2030 of Zambia becoming a prosperous middle-income nation. We thank our citizens for the resilience and the support they have rendered to us during the period. 2 years. What have we achieved in 2 years? Free education, UPND. Recruitment of 30,000 teachers 2022. In 2023, we are recruiting 4,500 teachers, UPND. Recruitment of health workers, 11,000. And in 2023, 3,500 UPND. Reintroduced meal allowances, UPND. Debt restructuring, UPND. 20% next.
Order, Honorable Minister. Order, Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Take your seat.
No, I'm not.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, we are in the House. We are not at a stadium. Please, honorable members, please avoid answering back. I think we know the words that we are supposed to use in this House. When we are in support or when we are not supporting what is being said. Such as question, those words. Can we please use those words? The Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Finished load shedding, UPND. Increased CDF, PPP, dual carriageway, Chingola Kasumbalesa Road, the purchase of aircraft Boeing 737, Kafue Bridge on Mongu, Lusaka Road, provision of transport of vet officers, motor vehicles 10 and motorbikes 3. What can you say? The provincial speech clearly indicates that the United Party for National Development is working. The theme for the address is building of the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. Madam Speaker, the speech clearly indicates that under the leadership of Mr. Kainde Chilema, the country has managed to reduce the end-of-year inflation to single digit at 9.9% for 2022. Which is very encouraging for the nation, especially that the huge debt stock has been fixed by rescheduling debt repayments by more than 12 years, allowing the nation to have a breathing space. Indeed, we are breathing. Further, to providing agriculture mechanization services to our small-scale farmers, Lusaka Province has continued to support small-scale farmers with inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program, which currently stands at 59,188 beneficiaries for the year 2022-2023 farming season. Additionally, farmers are being encouraged to continue growing more than 2 crops in a year to cushion supply challenges. All our farmers have been paid by FRA. All our farmers. Non-Congole, Madam Speaker.
What is Nkongole, Honorable Minister?
Owing money. The President addressed the issue of water resource development. And as Lusaka Province, we are rehabilitating and maintaining 126 small dams to harvest water for agriculture or municipal purposes, thereby reducing over-dependence on rain-fed agriculture. Mama, as you can see...
Honorable Minister, who is Mama now? Who is Mama?
I see. Madam Speaker, free education policy has created opportunities for all citizens to access education, to avoid compromising the quality of education. Government has continued to increase learning spaces. Lusaka Province has managed to procure and rehabilitate 10,300 and 1,044 desks respectively. These desks are being produced locally by youth cooperatives within the province, hence supporting their livelihoods and creating more jobs. As part of the United Party for National Development commitment to have clean and safe water supply and adequate sanitation facilities in every community. Recently, the president had gone around the constituencies, giving a borehole to each constituency. It has never happened. And that was his personal money, Madam Speaker. Each and every constituency got a borehole. It has never happened. They failed to do that. We are leading by example, Madam Speaker. We have a president in the nation. For further address vulnerability and inequalities among women and the youth, government is implementing the national internship, volunteer, and graduate programs. Further, 775 youth are being trained in survival and life skills to help them engage in economic activities. In an effort to restore forest cover in the province, a total of 141,857 seedlings were raised and 25 breeze patrols conducted. Additionally, alternative livelihood is being promoted through beekeeping, mushroom capacity building. In terms of climate change, Lusaka Province is currently conducting a demographic survey in Rufunsa district, where I come from, in preparation to develop a climate-proofed infrastructure farm block. Madam Speaker, it is gratifying to mention that government has commenced the implementation of the long-awaited for devolution strategy at the different levels of government administration. You will all agree with me that this is a very key step in ensuring that government services are brought as close to the people as possible. Madam Speaker, we applaud the United Party for National Development for its initiative of delegating power to the provinces to approve constituency development fund projects to enhance efficiency in implementing of government policies. Madam Speaker, even the milling mill will be done. We cannot fail. We are not failures in the UPND government. Madam Speaker, may God bless Zambia. May God bless all of us. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister, order. We don't have much time. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity to render a ministerial statement on the speech delivered to this House by His Excellency, the President, on September 8th, on the official opening of the third session of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I have traveled a few places with the President and saw proof that is indeed the #1 marketing officer for this country. Madam Speaker, sitting in Doha with the private sector on a round table, concluding for this country a forward-looking investment. At the end of the conversation, Madam Speaker,
the deal was struck. The deal was struck to connect all the 1,259 secondary schools to internet. Madam Speaker, a deal was struck to connect internet to all the rural health centers. A deal was struck to deliver a 3-tier data center in this country. A 3-tier data center simply means a data center with capacity, resilience, and reliability to be able to house Microsoft, Google, Facebook. So those will be housed here in Zambia. That is what is called 3-tier. On top of that, Madam Speaker, to deliver an innovation hub. And this is only done in one afternoon, sitting around the table in Doha. Me who was there, I just said, wow. This is it. With him in Shenzhen, we saw the logo for Shenzhen that is no longer made in China, it's made by China. A different spirit. As he walked the streets of Shenzhen, he delivered for the people of Zambia the things we've been talking about, towers. In one stroke, 100 towers delivered, pro bono. I said, #1 marketing officer.
The Honorable Minister, please refer to your speech. Because it's like you are
I'm
telling
referring to the
story.
speech. Madam Speaker, in the same city of Shenzhen, the president also delivered for the people of Zambia that is expensive for smartphones. We want these smartphones to be assembled here in Zambia. And a deal was concluded. I just said, wow. Madam Speaker, in Victoria Falls, at the summit of Smart Africa, with fellow presidents, our president stood up to speak and put aside his prepared speech. And he said to his fellow presidents that if we want to facilitate trade in Africa, we should no longer rely on one-stop border posts. We should now move from one-stop border post to non-stop border post. He instructed us, the ministers, that in phase 1, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Malawi, and Zambia should embark on this project. So I am the interim at ministerial level. We are scoping to deliver a non-stop border post across the 4 countries. We have already connected, Madam Speaker, fiber optic at Mwami as part of the plan to deliver non-stop border posts in the region. And this will be replicated in other places in Africa. And at the end of the summit, I just said, wow. Madam Speaker, with him in Rwanda, with his friend Paul Kagame, they have traveled the path of digital transformation. And he said, let's have some takeaways from Rwanda. And one of the takeaways from Rwanda, Madam Speaker, was that we need to seal the revenue leakages, particularly associated with VAT. Adopt the same digital platform that Rwanda has adopted. Madam Speaker, in Rwanda, he also instructed that our IFMIS must now extend to local government, not only central government, Rwanda style. Madam Speaker, the structure of innovation, the innovation ecosystem, he said we must deliver this in Zambia. And I just said, wow. Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister, I don't think that is in the report. Please, yeah. All the
Madam
honorable
Speaker.
members, we are just trying to do the right thing.
We are doing the right thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in New York, I wasn't there, with Starlink, we have now done the proof of concept. It works in all the provinces. We'll be connecting low orbit satellite to the most difficult places. And that is safe to be said, wow. In Vienna, Madam Speaker, with the Minister of Health, cancer equipment, end of this year, delivered, and it will be wow. Madam Speaker, this just says we have a number one sales person. Madam Speaker, we have completed under skills. Sesheke delivered. Lundazi delivered. Porokoso delivered. Sesheke again delivered. And this is not only delivering externally, it's also delivering internally. Ukwimi in Petauke delivered. Bursaries almost 20,000 this year delivered. This is all part of the delivery process. Madam Speaker, this president is simply wow. I thank you. Wow. Wow.
All the honorable members, the last minister is the Honorable Minister for Health. Let's also be mindful of time. All the honorable members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to a very important statement that was made by His Excellency under the theme Building on the Socio-Economic Gains for Improved Livelihoods and a Better Zambia. This theme, Madam Speaker, summarizes, in short, our unwavering commitment to transforming our nation. Madam Speaker, the President highlighted the pivotal role that a health population plays in our pursuit for prosperity. It is an indisputable fact that healthy citizens are the bedrock upon which a prosperous nation is built. As the Minister of Health, we have embraced this vision and have embarked on a journey to provide quality and cost-effective healthcare services as close to the family as possible. We are doing this, Madam Speaker, using a primary health strategy. This approach is important in achieving universal health coverage, and this approach also, Madam Speaker, is a component of our decentralized system of governance. Madam Speaker, in line with the President's vision, we are pleased to announce that the Ministry of Health has been at the forefront of the devolution of public services to the local authorities. 8 exclusive local authority functions, including district health services, have since been devolved to local authorities in accordance with the Constitution. This significant step fosters transparency, accountability, and decentralization in our healthcare system. Madam Speaker, you agree with me that this song of decentralization has been on our agenda as a nation in the last 3 decades, but we have never gotten there. But just in less than 2 years, His Excellency was able to show political will to really give power to the people in the peripheral areas. And I think this is a very important step for Zambia. I know that we need to do a lot more of sensitization so that the Zambians in Chongwe, in all the 116 districts, can understand and appreciate that the policy to decentralize functions with matching resources has come, and it will make their lives better. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, in trying to get health services to be close to the people, we have in the last 2 years completed 11 health facilities, bringing the total number of these facilities to 110 out of the targeted 115. Furthermore, an additional 26 maternity annexes are scheduled to be completed before the end of this year. We are committed to ensuring that every health center has a maternity annex with water reticulation and electricity, good sanitation, as part of our determined effort to reduce maternal mortality. In collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and using partly CDF funds, we have also made substantial progress in the construction of several health facilities of different sizes. To guarantee that these facilities meet the requisite standards, we have prepared prototype standard drawings for maternity annexes, mother shelters, and other health structures. Our efforts would be incomplete without the dedication of our healthcare workforce. Madam Speaker, you agree with me that for the first time in a long, long time, in an unprecedented manner, we were able to recruit, in fact, for the record to be correct, it's not 11,000, it's over 12,000 that we recruited just last year in 2022. This year, we are recruiting right now. We have already started the process, another 3,000, and before the end of this year, we would have finished the 3,000. And I'm waiting for tomorrow for the Minister of Finance to confirm that we'll be again employing another thousands. I don't know how many thousands, but we will hear tomorrow more health workers. Madam Speaker, this is in an effort to ensure that the service we are offering to our people is of quality. Because the more health workers you have, the better for our people. And let me say this, Madam Speaker. I don't know when, but even when I was Minister of Health in the year 2013, we hadn't done this kind of thing, where we are able now to promote health workers who have never been promoted. Madam Speaker, we have people who retired 50 years or 55 years, 60 years, but were never promoted. They remained as the Zen nurses, and yet they had degrees. For the first time, we are beginning now the process of promoting even those nurses that have degrees under this government of President Hakainde Hichilema. These are big issues, but it's just that some of us, we don't like making noise, Madam Speaker. These are big things which never happened. And Madam Speaker, let me say this to you. For the first time, even those doctors who are called junior doctors, but are supposed to be called consultants, this time we are trying that to make sure that every category of all the health workers are promoted. We will not finish this year. Next year again we'll do it. The other year we'll continue until the situation stabilizes. Madam Speaker, if you look even at the salaries for doctors, nurses, and others, they've also been increased. And the truth of the matter is that even as we say the economy is biting, which is true, because there are many factors that make an economy, the truth of the matter, even with the debt, we're still able to improve salaries generally of health workers. Never before done in the manner that this has been done. So it's important to say that this president has really walked his talk. Madam Speaker, equally important is the availability of drugs, equipment, and all the other facilities in terms of tools that require these health workers to do what? To give a better service. I'm pleased to tell you, Madam Speaker, that with all the challenges that this country has, which we took over, we've been able now to stabilize the health, the medication from the district going down. All the health facilities in the countries today, as I speak, in the last 3 months, have drugs beyond 90% availability. And the good news is that we have managed to stabilize that aspect in that even as before this one is finishing, the next consignment is on its way. It's going to come. In fact, Madam Speaker, do you know that people are saying that we have overstocked the drugs in the small clinics? And you know, now that is an effort to stabilize. I'll tell you this, Madam Speaker, that we are yet to stabilize the flow at the upper level in terms of hospitals like tertiary hospitals, these big hospitals in the provinces, including the district level 1 hospitals. But the good news, Madam Speaker, is that before the end of this year, that also will be stable. And once we stabilize that, the story of shortcuts will not be there. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that the president, in all the trips he has been making, he goes and also talks about health, tries to organize for health. And the good news is that we are moving away from small people who bring, substandard and high prices and delays and too many stories by dealing with big suppliers, meaning manufacturers. In addition, the president has insisted now that let us create our own industry here, and we are inviting people to partner with Zambians, some of them to go solo, so that we begin to create not only quality stuff, drugs here, but also we create employment for the local people. Those who want to trade as traders can trade because everything will be here, so that we don't get into that mess that we found, which our friends left us. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is the issue of equipment. The good news is even if we don't talk, the truth of the matter is that we have made several attempts to improve the functioning of most of the equipment. A lot of resources have been spent to keep this equipment to come to fruition. But unfortunately, most of it now has been declared obsolete, cannot even be repaired. It's old. It should have been discarded maybe 5–10 years ago. The good news is that we have not sat back. We are already in the process. For example, under Lusaka, the cancer disease hospital, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we have already struck a deal with Siemens, and Siemens are going to bring new equipment. So before the end of this year, there will be new equipment that will be coming. But apart from that, we've managed also to buy 2 equipment. This is a big equipment, CT scan and MRI. One CT scan will be for Levy and another new one. Those are already on their way. In addition, Ndola, we are going to have
wind up, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Let me wind up. Thank you, Madam Speaker, because of the importance of these issues, since we're dealing with life. The good news is that in Ndola, Madam Speaker, we've already started the construction of another cancer disease hospital. And the construction has started. Hopefully, within the next 6 to 8 months, that hospital will be up. Then, Livingstone, we are at the contract level. Hopefully, by next year, we'll have another hospital there. So there's a lot of work going on to make sure that the issue of equipment, because now we're not just building, we are doing building and equipment at the same time. So that once the hospital is finished, it already has equipment, and the issue of human resource also is being handled. Madam Speaker, I just want to say there's a lot we are doing, and we shall continue. The people of Zambia must just give us the support that we need for their own good, so that we can bring everything to fruition. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It was loud and clear. The honorable member for Mwandi, please wind up debate.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by thanking all the honorable members, both on the left and the right, and the honorable ministers that took time to debate this speech. I've listened to it very, very attentively, and I can 100% say that a lot of them debated in favor of this speech, and they've said it was very, very motivating. The speech, which was built on building the socio-economic gains, socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia. Madam Speaker, I can see the Honorable Member for Fonkana there, who recently got Chivuluma. He's very, very happy as well. And all he can say is, wow. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, let me make mention that this speech that was delivered by the President from the debates by the honorable members was very, very inspirational. We have a few people that were very inspired by this speech, but all I can say is that it depends where you draw your inspiration from. There are people that are difficult to inspire. There are people that will complain even when they're in paradise. So it's nature. There are people that you just can't inspire. With that being said, Madam Speaker, all I can say to the honorable members and everyone that debated on this speech is just wow. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Order. I put the question. The question is that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The acting leader of government business, adjournment. Order, honorable members.
Wow. Awesome, awesome. It has been an awesome session. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I beg to move that the House do now adjourn. Thank you.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House. Order, honorable members, is now adjourned.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. The House has just adjourned, and we now take a look at business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 14:30.
Madam Speaker made 3 announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the Speaker's gallery of staff from the Parliament of Uganda, and so on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker received the guests and warmly welcomed them to the National Assembly.
Madam Speaker did make another announcement in which she recognized in the presence in the public gallery of pupils as well as teachers from Beta's School and Zela Arts Gallery and Homestay in Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors.
In the third announcement, Madam Speaker made an announcement on the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee. She informed the House that in accordance with Article 2021 of the Constitution of Zambia, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning will tomorrow, Friday, 29 September 2023, present to the Assembly the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2024. The estimates shall, in consonance with Section 8.4 of the Public Debt Management Act, number 15 of 2022, be accompanied